Now it should be good. Hello, hello? Hello? Bleep bloop. Yes, yes. From what I can tell, we have sound now. Let me also check the normal sound here, the Ableton sound. Yes, there we are. Let me just see how long it takes for you guys to see that as well in the chat. There you are. Yes, exactly. Nice. Perfect. Okay, so welcome everybody to the stream. As I was saying, which you guys didn't hear, first of all, I have some other cool things to see. Now you're 5x5. Nice. We have quite a lot of tracks to go through. As you guys can see, we already have quite the amount of submissions. Starting from a few days ago already, like 5 days ago, the first people started submitting. So there's a lot of stuff that I have to go through, which is nice, because then I can get right into it. Before I get into it, I do have two things that I want to say. The first thing is that next week there won't be a feedback stream because I will be home at my parents' for Easter, spending a little bit of time with my family and just not having the stream set up with me and all of that stuff, so I'm not going to be able to stream there. So for today, that means that we'll have to go through all of the tracks that would normally happen in the next week as well. But that's just how it goes. The second thing that I want to talk about is just some cool thing that I want to show you that I'm currently doing. I'm working on a new product. I won't spoil too much of the details, but making the product looks very, very cool. So just get me into full cam and I'll show you what I mean. 2 seconds here. Okay, wait. Takes a little longer than I thought. Um, should be good now. Look, look. I've written a script that automatically imports wavetables into Faceplant for me. Look at how cool this looks. It's just doing it on its own. You can see it's setting up all of the settings and everything. So as you can see, I have to go through a whole bunch of wavetables. There's a lot of stuff. There's like a couple thousand wavetables for this product. So doing that by hand would take a lot of time. So as you can see, it's all doing it on its own. I'm not touching the mouse or anything, and it's just moving. It's importing everything. And this is what you get to do if you're a programmer, if you know programming. You get to do cool stuff like this. It did end up crashing, so that's why it took a little bit longer to show than I may have wanted. So it's still not perfect, the script that I'm using. It's written in AutoHotkey, which is a very annoying language to work with, but it is very capable of doing automation that includes like the mouse movement and stuff like that. It's really powerful for that stuff. So that's why I decided to use that one. Like you can just say like, okay, I want the mouse cursor to move from here to there. I wanted to click it while doing it. So drag and drop and stuff like that is very, very easy. Shut up and take my money. It will hopefully be finished soon. It's good to decompress from time to time. Yes, exactly. And it's just nice to see your family as well from time to time. Anyway, we're going to go into the feedback stream. I'm expecting a very special guest, by the way. I think maybe not all of you guys know about this, but there was I guess not really drama, there's just some interesting stuff happening. Uh, with a guy commenting on one of my shorts, telling me my music was boring. I don't know if you haven't seen the short, you may not know what I'm talking about here, but let me just quickly pull up that short and the comments for it as well. I talked about this in the Discord as well. Having my first hater, I guess, is the way that I said it. It was really funny seeing all of the responses and stuff like that. But here's the comments. One of the first comments I got on the video is a kid that's just born can make it. Right after, she's right, your music is so generic and boring. And then I just trolled him a little bit. I just said that it isn't finished, and he didn't appreciate that, and I trolled him a little bit more. It's really funny. Everybody joined in. There's more replies over here as well. Just a lot of people trolling him as well. But the most important thing is just like, what I wanted to show is this part over here, where he said, you can put your money where your mouth is and submit to the feedback stream tomorrow so that I can finally hear how to make unboring music. That being said, I do want you to realize my music isn't finished, which you may have failed to tell you. I find these things funny. And then he said, I will. It's the easiest genre to make. Perfect. So I'm hoping that he will be here and that I get to hear some of his unboring music. Because to be honest, I don't mind these things. I talk about them because I find them funny. And I also appreciate, as I said, I appreciate all of the people supporting me and like defending me and stuff like that. And I do have to say that, of course. The other thing that I do want to say though is that I don't really want my, I guess, community or the people watching me to berate a person like this and give him too much attention, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really deserve it. Right? It doesn't really matter. He can have his opinion. He can think that my music is boring. That is perfectly fine. And I said that in here in Discord as well. Like, if he ends up joining the stream, just as a warning, don't berate him. Don't everybody like pile up on the guy. Don't do that kind of stuff. We're not that kind of community, I hope. And yeah, just don't pile up on him. If he do ends up joining, we're just going to treat it like any other person. I might make a few snarky comments here or there, but that's what you can get. If you're attacking me, then I'll attack you back. That's just the way that it's going to work. Just don't be dicks if he do ends up joining the stream. Anyway, with all of that out of the way, all of the public service announcements, I guess, out of the way, I figure you're more than capable of defending yourself. No need for me to add anything. Yeah, at the end of the day, I am perfectly capable of defending myself and speaking for myself as well. The more important thing is that it tends to not look good onto a community if I like say something, I defend myself, and then all of my fans kind of go zook on top of that. It's really off-putting to other people sometimes. That being said, he was just being an asshole at the end of the day. But I want to hate. You can hate in your own time. We can if he doesn't join the stream, I'll happily discuss this at length in the Discord server or something like that. Just not really in public, because it's a little bit off-putting for maybe people that stumble upon the content and don't really know me, and they just see this one guy leaving one comment and then there being 20 replies and something like that. It may seem like then the community around a person is a little bit toxic, and even if it isn't, even if it's just defending an action that is toxic, I still don't want that to come out. You know what I mean? I just keep spamming lovely comments under your shorts. I just appreciate that. Thank you all for doing that. I do, again, it's not like I want to say like, oh, don't comment on my videos and stuff like that. And even there, I do really appreciate everybody supporting me in this thing. I don't want to call it drama, because it isn't. It's just one guy voicing an opinion, which is not really drama. It's just something that inevitably is going to happen once you grow bigger. And I'm going to assume that this is going to happen a lot more. So I'm just taking it as a sign that I'm becoming bigger as a channel. Because you never can please everyone, right? And I think that that should be, I guess, a life lesson in this case. That you cannot... There's always going to be people that aren't going to enjoy your work just because it's not what resonates with them. And they might degrade it a bit. They might find superficial like reasons for why your work shouldn't be respected or something like that. Like it's easy to make, which it isn't. I can prove that. I can show that technically speaking, psytrance is a very difficult genre to get right. I know that. But this stuff just happens. There's going to be people that are going to act like that. And you just take it as a sign of you starting to grow and stuff like that. As opposed to taking it in and causing any like actual emotional feelings to you. Anyway, let's get into the feedback. Let's leave this all behind. I don't want to talk about it too much. We'll see if he shows up and holds his promise. If not, I'll maybe make another short of it, promote my feedback, stream a little bit through that, and clown him in a little bit more. But yeah, at the end of the day, we'll have to see what happens. If he does show up, just be nice. Don't be toxic all at once and stuff like that. It would be very off-putting and very immature as a community to do. So that's the only thing that I really wanted to say about it. Anyway, let's start with this track over here. Miroslav J88, also known as Psydrive with Secret Passage. I use Kalheimer Velberg VST and Renegade VST for sounds and Psytrance bass ×1 from 123 Creative. In a mixer, use T-Force Transcape 2 and all plugins that I have never heard of before. I have heard of T-Force, but for a different plugin, I think, like a very old trance plugin that I used to use, one of the first plugins that I ever installed. But yeah, we'll have a listen. I'm just not familiar with any of those plugins. Just getting straight into it here. Kick and bass looks nice. It's nice and clean around the kick transient. It's a little bit unclean here, so I think you're not resampling it, you're using LFO tool. Oh, even here you can see it's not resampled, so here the kick transient is being pushed down. That might cause you issues with mastering. I don't think you will in this case it will, because the bass is a little bit on the quiet side. Could be a little bit louder as well, but aesthetically, like, this is okay. I would recommend resampling your bassline because you're going to get much clearer transients from that. 123 creates old school plugins. Ah, okay. Mr. Brown Alliance, Mind Be, welcome. Game Boy Z and Void, welcome as well. I haven't said welcome to anybody here. Infrashell, TNZ, Subject Ultra, NXI, Virtual Instinct, Georg, Giorgio, the Shunyo. I'm sorry, but welcome everybody. Here the kicks are morphing into each other. You want to cut them up and add fades to them, so that each kick is in its own little pocket of time. A little bit of a loud crash here. Overall though, I like the vibe. Sound design is really cool. A little bit empty here, given that the drums are so energetic. Like, this is the high energy drum part. I would expect there to be a few more sequences, a few more interesting, maybe backing sounds and stuff like that. Again, you can see the crash is so loud that it changed the waveform as well. Generally speaking, for a crash, which is a supporting element, it's just there to add a little bit of extra impact to one kick. It's not meant as a main element. You want it to be quieter. What kind of shop are you running here anyway? My Gumroad, my presets, my packs, my masterclass, remix packs, all kinds of things. I'll show after. Overall, the sound combinations work really well. Here, it's a little bit empty. Again, what you could do is maybe add some support elements like background pads, maybe a few risers, stuff like that. I would also say that the main sequence that you've been using has been going on for a little bit too long. It starts to get boring. Also over here, there's a little bit of mud. You probably don't want that in there because if that's on top of the kick and base, it's going to clash with the kick and base. No, I meant you hadn't greeted anyone. Ah, okay. Sorry, yeah. Got a little overwhelmed with all of the things that I had to say, so yeah, it took a little bit longer than usual to greet everybody. But now that everybody's here, I have done that. Anyway, very nice track. It's a start. Of course, it feels like it's not finished because there's no intro, there's no outro, there's not really a structure to the track yet. So I'm just going to think of this as an idea. Overall, though, it's a nice idea. It does need a little bit of extra work. As I said, that main sequence is really throughout the whole thing. And personally, I like to break it up with more sequences. And yeah, there's some more things that I think I tackled, some more details that you should probably try to take into account as well. I don't know. This person submitted 5 days ago, so I don't think he is here in chat. If I do see some names of people that are here in chat, I'll obviously interact with them, but for now I'll just have to move on. Next up, we have CTRL4 with Cookie. Let's have a listen here. Personally, I would connect those final crashes there. It's okay the way that you have it. My own music started to play in the autoplay. That's nice. Really good track. Needs tidy to get the extra few percent. Yeah, the main thing, to be honest, the main thing that I'm hearing, and that is something that I can only really talk about towards the end of the track, is that you have a lot of cool sound design going on in this track. You have a lot of cool different ideas, but there isn't really, it doesn't feel like there's a hierarchy of main ideas versus like sub ideas. And you get around that by having a lot of very small sounds as opposed to a lot of sequences, which means that mix-wise, it's not like the track is too clucked up. I would argue it's maybe sometimes a little bit the case that it's hard to understand exactly what you want us to hear us do, or what you want us to listen to, sorry. But the main thing is that there's nothing that really grabs the attention in the drops. Somebody said, like, where is the melody? That would be a very good element to just have the melody kind of sit on top of all of your supporting sequences that you might have, and then just have the melody in one section of the drop actually carry through, so that there's like one part where the track has this unique identity of this melody, and then you'll go into the next segment, and there you have another main element. I feel like that part is a little bit missing. I feel like there's a lot of cool little things going on, but there isn't one overarching cool thing that, especially in the high energy parts of the track, really make the track unique, really make the track stand out in a way. Okay, let's see, I have one new message. I do need to check from time to time if there's no Patreons here, because for those that don't know, Patreons get priority in the feedback stream. So if you're a Patreon and you submit, you get to jump the queue, and then I'll immediately listen to your track, of course, once we finish listening to the one that is currently playing. Right, if you submit, then I won't stop the track that is playing at the moment. You'll just be like the next track in line. Anyway, next up we have Subdivision with first mixdown over here. More progress on this one. Still needs work on the mixdown, but almost finished. Let's have a listen. By the way, I hope the volumes are all okay, that you guys can hear me when I'm talking, when the music is loud and stuff like that.
So, you know what the Turing test is? Yeah, I know what the Turing test is.
I think we've heard this track before. I do remember hearing this track before.
And if the human doesn't know their
And I think that was on a feedback stream as well. I cannot imagine that I haven't told you this already yet, but what I would do, especially with the kick and bass playing in the intro, is make it quieter before the main drops comes in. You also need, at this point, you need to clean your kick and bass. So you need to resample your kick and bass, because this transient is just going to suffer massively on any sound system that it will play on, because people won't be able to hear what is going on here with the transients, because you can clearly see that the transients aren't really there. They don't have their own pockets. I think the track is a little bit too much sub bass. It's a little bit too heavy on the bass line, or on the bass, the sub bass in general, kick and bass. So this spike is too high with respect to the other spikes over here. It also morphs up like this. What you'll usually see for side strands is that it's a little bit more, I guess, up until like 300 Hz, and then it tailors off a little bit at around 500. It will come back around here a little bit, it goes down a bit, and then over here, generally speaking, you have another little hump for your cymbals, which in this case I don't hear, meaning that your cymbals are very, very dull sounding. They sound very much in the background, whereas what you would want for those cymbals is them to be upfront and powerful. Sound selection and arrangement-wise, this is sounding very powerful. You can hear how little impact the sounds have because of the lack of transient, because of the lack of cleaning. Also with the kicks that were playing before. If you have those rolling kicks, abandon them out, cut them up, fade them out so that the tail of the kick doesn't go into the transient of the next kick. That is a very easy way to get more punch out of your transient. And this track is kind of devoid of any pot like punch. Volume levels are good. Perfect. For some reason, every other open hat is louder. Like it goes chuck, 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 chuck. Which is a bit strange. A bit of an odd groove, you don't often hear that. Could be in 2/4 time. No, if that is the case, then it would be wrong, because psytrance is generally just 4 on the floor. And if you want to induce that hypnotic beat into people, then having the hats at different volumes is, in my opinion, a very odd choice.
Take a bunch of data.
Also, the rest of the track is 4 on the floor, so it wouldn't really make sense for just one element to be in a different time signature.
Now, this program does not look like something.
Here again, lower the volume of the kick and bass while you're in the break. That way, once the drop hits, you're going to have more impact.
Pile of billions and billions of numbers. And we don't run all these numbers, we execute these numbers. They can do really amazing things.
Here the leads are going to cover up all of the vocals. So now the story of the track is lost. What I would do is introduce this lead later on, so that since there's no vocals playing over here, you don't really need to carve out that space from the leads. In my opinion, it's a little bit of an odd choice to have the kick and bass keep playing up until the break, while you have like a build-up. I would just stop the kick and bass playing at the build-up and then fill it up with some other elements. That way there's a little bit of a pause and then we go back into it. Again, to generate extra impact. Bit of a strange choice musically speaking to now go into a melodic bass line, because we haven't really heard that throughout the whole track. I guess it's a way to keep this section unique, so it's not necessarily wrong, it's just catching me off a little bit. I remember me? Yes I do, I'm waiting for you to submit your music. As you were talking a big game, I expect that you have a track ready that you can submit in my Discord so that we can listen to it and I can give you some feedback on it and see if it's boring or not. There should be, if you want a link to my Discord, if you're not in there yet, can send it over here. You cannot just drop a link in the chat and go. That's not how this works. No, you cannot drop SoundCloud links here. They don't show up. I have that's disabled in the YouTube chat. It's not going to work like that. You have to sit in the queue just like everybody else. I have many tracks that I have to go through, and we'll get to your track when we get to it. I'm not going to give you any priority because you were being an asshole to me, okay? That seems very reasonable, I think. Got to Discord. Perfect. You just submit right here in feedback on stream. There will be a queue right down over here, and you can just drop it, and we'll have a listen to it when we get to it. Okay, overall sounds nice. There is some works that still needs to be done on the mixdown. To be honest, from what I can remember of the other time that you sent the track, it didn't seem that there was a lot that changed. But maybe, I don't know, you didn't have time to implement the other feedback that I gave you. I don't know, obviously. But in my opinion, you should implement the things that I said. In this case. Because I think that it was the same. I cannot imagine that I didn't give you the same feedback the last time that you submitted it. And I do believe hearing this track before. Tom Zul, Acid, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Next up, we have Oren with Brazil. At least I assume that that's how you pronounce it. So let's have a listen. Some nice aggressive techno, like he always submits. Okay, very cool. This is, I think some people may not appreciate it, especially in like psytrance, because this is like very gritty and distorted. I know most people will. But this, like from a technical standpoint, getting your mix to be this clear and this loud is very, very difficult. And the fact that you consistently do that well shows that you are a very talented producer, and just keep it up. Sounds very nice. Next up, we have the first track that was actually submitted today. I've started a new project. Any advice and recommendations told me. Hope you spend a good weekend. Dark_2.mp3 by Darkitos. Starting off very dark indeed. I don't want to wait that long for his reaction. That's your problem. Interesting bassline. What's happening here? Is this... Ah, no, it looks... Yeah, it is. It's like a double bassline for each of them. There's like 2 bass notes playing in every spot, but it's cut out and everything. So that's very deliberate. It's very cool. I don't think you want this very strong peak on your kick drum though. To be honest, I am not quite sure what's going on here from a technical standpoint. Is it like 2 bass notes playing, or is it a bass line that is very strangely made? I think it's 2 bass notes playing in very short succession and then a little stop here. It's a cool idea. It still sounds like 1 bass note, 1 rhythm. Is it okay to send something even when I'm really beginner and it's not quite good, but to get some tips? Of course. Yes, you guys can send anything. Unfinished, finished, whatever. Just like, for example, this person did over here. I'm assuming that this is also just starting out, as he said that he just started here. I'm not sure if it's a BPM thing. I think that he literally just in the timeline took a kick on every beat and then just carefully cut in 2 bass notes in every spot. Maybe here it isn't the case. Maybe here it's looking like 1 bass note. Some very strange but interesting ideas going on with the bass line. Overall, the sound design, there was that one melody which I would say is a little bit too bright for the rest of the track. And this track could benefit from some more attention-grabbing one-shots. Not more than 200. I think that the BPM is just measured between kick and kick, and it's not like he doubled the BPM to achieve this. I think what is the case is that in a very technical way, he essentially took 1 bass note that is like a 16 note, made it a 32 note, or maybe even a little bit shorter, and then he pasted that in right after it. To be honest, I don't necessarily know why you would do that, but it's not sounding off to me, which is kind of like a strange thing. It's a really cool concept, don't get me wrong. It's just like, it's one of those things where I would initially question like, okay, why would you do that? Why would you try this out? It sounds very cool. So this is the kind of thing that you get through some very cool experimentation. I might actually try to make something like this as well. Maybe try to experiment with that. Let's see if there's no patrons. There's one way, yeah, there's one way that you can skip the queue for anybody watching. That's becoming my patron. If your name is red, then you automatically skip the queue. I've had some bass samples with 2 peaks. Yeah, but over here, it's, I guess the way that I see it, it's not really the peaks, right? It's the... Is there a way that I need to pause it here? It's the fact that it's like, okay, 1 waveform over here, and then it completely stops, and then it's like another transient and the whole waveform over here. Because normally you would expect this kind of waveform to happen over 1 whole bass line, but it just looks like 2 bass notes playing, right? Especially here, this just looks like 32 notes to me. It's not like, I don't think it was synthesized this way. I think that this is played this way. It's very interesting. It's very cool. As I said, I like it. I even think that what he's doing is that this transient is a little bit stronger than this one. Just looking at the waveform now. And that is why it still sounds like a 16 note. overall, very, very interesting. There still is some cleaning up that needs to happen, because this, I don't even know what this is, but if this is part of the kick, it should probably stop playing a little bit earlier so that the bass note does have a little bit of space to actually come in. And that is true for the final bass note as well, for example, over here, which, in my opinion, should stop playing right before the kick transient so that the kick transient actually has some punch to it. Next up, we have Infraschall. Made some changes based on your suggestions from last week. Rebalanced the mix to regain terrain in the high end, and even ended up swapping the kick out entirely. If nothing else, it sounds a bit gentler to the ears. As it turns out, I'm thankfully not going deaf in the high frequencies, but my right ear is a bit muffled for some reason. Feels like fluid imbalance in my head, so nothing permanent. Oh, nice. Hopefully that is indeed not permanent then. By the way, this is In Your Head by Infraschall. I don't know if I mentioned that. I don't think I did.
In terms of what
Just send in my track, no techno, sorry not sorry. Doesn't matter.
to get back to
Shopping cart, welcome.
reality your brain constructs, the world that you experience in normal
Kakuk, welcome as well. Naho Kakuk. I'm sorry for mispronouncing this.
even the world that you experience.
Overall, I would say that over here there's too much going on for the vocal. Like, there's a lot of high-end muddiness and stuff happening, and the vocal doesn't really come through. Especially with the spoken vocal here, that just needs to add to the story. Which it's not really able to do because of the mix. Here it's a little bit cool right from the start. It's immediately diving in with all of the sequences. Kick and bass is nice and clean though. It's a little bit harder to see in the waveform, but I could see the telltale signs of it, like going to zero right before the kick. I do think that the bass line might be a little bit too stereo. I was initially thinking that it sounded a little bit hollow, but just looking at the spectrum, that's clearly not the case. There's a lot of stuff going on in the area that would normally be empty if it was like too hollow. But I think it maybe that it's a little bit too wide, and so maybe some of those frequencies are cancelling out in a weird way in your head. So just listening to it, the bass line does sound slightly too stereo for me. I'm trying to sometimes design so that I can actually hear it. Overall, again, in this part, I think that there's a little bit too much going on overall. And I think part of that, just looking at the spectrum, is that there's not really gaps between all of the elements. Do you see how there's like this wash kind of everywhere, sitting on top of everything, that's really filling everything up, and there's no real clear definition of where different parts of the rhythm are. Even though there's these transients over here, they kind of fuse into each other because of the washing out that is happening everywhere. And I think that maybe reverb or something like that. Could be on the bass in the next iteration. Yeah, there's a lot of iterative work when it comes to mixing. Yeah. Overall, when it comes to the amount of elements that you have going on, for one, right here is a good example. You have two synths playing, and both of them feel like they want to be the priority. Whereas what I prefer to do, in this case especially because you have one melodic one and one kind of like squelchy one, you take that squelchy one and turn it down a bit, and take the melodic one and turn it up a bit. That way there's like a clear hierarchy in the importance of elements. And then what that's essentially doing is it's saying to the listener, like, okay, listen to this melody that I have over here. And then the squelches and all of the other stuff is kind of like interesting stuff around that. So the main melody should be shining through. Is Signalizer free by any chance? Yes. using Ableton, you can download this rack over here from my Discord server in the resources channel. And then the analyzers will just open up like this. There's almost no reverb in the track, I just have a tendency to get a bit dense on the tracks. That might be the case too, yeah, I don't know, maybe there's some channels that suggest for some genres this may be true, but just like adding white noise throughout the whole track, or adding pads and atmospheres and longer sustained notes. When it comes to psytrance, it's meant to usually be like a little bit shorter, so you get that more staccato rhythm, which enhances the hypnotic feel of the genre. Like listening to it now, I would agree there was not a lot of reverb on that particular element, but maybe, I don't know, some support element that you accidentally turned up a little bit too much. But you can see what I mean, right? There's this constant wash that sits around almost everything. Overall, I just think that the track is mainly too full. It can be reverb, it can be delay tails, it can be all kinds of strange things. There's not one cause for this kind of effect. I hear what you're saying. To be honest, what I would do is mainly try to focus on the priority of elements and see maybe even if some of the elements are unnecessary. That you can fill up the track in such a way with mixing that you can just take out some of the elements. Here the vocal sits in well.
The problem we have with DMT, the questions about it are poorly constructed. So people will say, oh, is it real?
There's some muddiness in the lower frequency here. That's the kind of thing that can also really mess up a mix. I'm not saying that that is happening in the drop, but if it is, then you would definitely need to take it out to make just enough space for the kick and bass. Maybe a demo VST is making that. I really don't like autoplay. There's going to be one day that I'm going to complain enough that the people over at SoundCloud will hear me and that they will add a feature that allows you to disable it. I still think that there's no way that I can disable it in here even, right? Streaming. That's just streaming quality. I can not turn that up either because I don't have like some pro streaming thing. Whatever. Autoplay, you should be able to turn it off. That it doesn't automatically go to the next. I don't think that it's even in the player as well. The ability to turn it off. I mean, I can repeat the current track, but that would be the same problem. It just starts playing again when I don't want it to. I guess my usage of SoundCloud isn't the standard use of SoundCloud. Like, there's a lot of people that just put it on and have music in the background, and for them it's nice that the music just continues playing. So I kind of get why, even by default, it would be enabled. But at least a feature to toggle it off would be nice. The vocal needs a high pass. There's a bit of mud in the bottom. Yeah, that might be the case. I don't know if it's just that vocal or other things as well. I just thought I would point it out. Usually when somebody doesn't do it in one element, there's a good case that they forget it or maybe don't know about it for other elements as well. So that's why I would point it out. Anyway, next up we have Virtual Instinct, intro test 1. Let's see, is this just going to be an intro? Yes, it is. A little bit of a shorter one here. this doesn't seem to line up. Here, you have a very basic rhythm setup. What I would do, I think this may be a sample, this loop over here. You would want to warp it so that all of the plugs align with the thing over here. Because now it's two opposing rhythms, which sounds a little bit off. Like, it sounds like, as you can see, this doesn't fit with, for example, the bass transient and the hat here. And that's because it's like playing in between them. For these kind of sounds, that's not really a problem, but when you have like a very plucky melodic main sound, then that's something that I would do. Also, immediately going into like a main synth sound is maybe not something that I would personally do. Honestly, if you take this main sequence and you remove it, then with the rest of the elements that you have going on now, you would have a nice flow and a nice build-up of elements. Because right now it's sounding cool, it's sounding nice, and maybe later on in the track it's something that you can use. But it kind of goes up, and then your intro it just stalls a little bit, and then it immediately goes into the high energy. Whereas normally, for two reasons, what you'll hear is that the kick and bass tends to be fairly solo in the beginning, bar a few one-shots and a few small effects, and maybe like a very sparse sequence, something like that. Those things, they like... For one, it helps with the energy flow, just coming out of the intro, which is like a very low energy part of the track. You kind of continue that into the drop, and then you start building the high energy. And the second thing that it does is it makes your track more DJ friendly, because you need to remember that the very first segment of your drop is going to be mixed in a live set with another segment of drop. So if your segment of drop is already completely full, then all of the other synths don't really have the space in that mix to sit in there. That is something that you need to be a little bit careful about in regards to this part of the track. In the sense that if you immediately put like what you have over here, fairly high energetic, very high frequency element mainly, then that might cause clashes in a live set as well. And the reason why I say that specifically with you is because I've heard this before in some of your tracks, in that immediately from the very first segment of the drop you try to go full in, whereas if that was playing in a live set, it's really hard to put that in a live set and properly DJ that in. Dulcie, welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Here's some high-tech-esque stuff that I've been working for. I've mostly listened, and it's through laptop speakers because my studio is under renovation, so balancing should be way off. We'll be the judge of that. Yeah, we'll try to judge that. I always love a little bit of high-tech. Let's have a listen. Morning Glory by Naho Kakuk. I'm sorry for the mispronunciation. I probably did mispronounce that. You have some DC, almost DC offset stuff happening over here. Probably want to filter that out. I don't even know where that is coming from, this particular part, because it does look fairly consistent here. But now it's gone. Very dynamic sound. Normally you don't really hear that for high-tech. Also for high-tech, this is a little bit, in my opinion, too delayed. Because high-tech is that really sharp kind of sound, right? A little bit too delay and maybe even a little bit too reverby. Bassline could be a little bit louder. By the way, I do think that I should say this because we have a lot of new people in the chat. When I'm speaking, I try to speak as little as possible. I do talk a lot during these feedback things, because obviously that's what you guys expect from me. But I try to not say too many positive things and sit here and just talk over things. I'll say this actually later. Because otherwise I'm mooting my own point. think you have some atmosphere in here that is kind of clashing with the kick and bass, in that it sits in the lower frequencies at around like 200 hertz and below. You don't have to go all the way up to 200 hertz and keep that clean, but generally speaking, like 100 hertz and below, you keep that clean for the kick and bass, and no other elements play in there. So all of this stuff is, if this was the drop, you would need to filter this stuff out. Even now, I would argue it's probably much better to just have a stable sub in a break like that, as opposed to the sub bass doing random things. Another thing that you should consider is seeing as there's like this very big spike on the kick that is playing with the snare, and it's cutting out these lower frequencies over here. To remove basically anything below, I guess, maybe even 2000 hertz from your snare. So you just get the noise component, and the kick transient shines through more, and you get more stable kick transient between the kick that is playing with the snare and the kick that is playing without the snare. Here again, you have some very low frequency issues over here. It's probably like one of atmospheres or something that you're using, because it's not everywhere in the track, right? So maybe you can just look at where specifically in the track it is in regards to just looking at it here while it's playing back. And whatever element is always playing when this low frequency stuff is here, just cut it out from that element. I can see a naked elf behind you. Where? I don't see it. That's because I'm turning my head, I guess. I like the nice melodic elements here. That being said, with some of the elements, I feel like you've used them throughout the whole track, which means that at some point it gets a little bit boring. It would be nice for a track of this length, that is like 5 minutes long, to switch up the sound design completely, I would say maybe 2 or 3 times. So you stop some sequence, or you take all of the sequences that are playing up until a point, you stop them, and then all new sequences come in with a little bit of, or different characteristics, so that it's distinct from the other part. I know where the sub-frequencies come from. It's one of the samples. It's lower than what my speakers play. Yeah, it was almost DC offset, so almost 0 hertz. It was very low, but that would be something that you would need to take care of. It is still work in progress, so that's normal when that for that to happen. Sorry. What I wanted to say was, when it comes to these tracks when they're playing, I don't speak too much, and therefore I don't say too many positive things. I don't want to sit here and say, oh, I like that, and I like that, and that is good, and that is good, because one, it's not really useful feedback. Like, it doesn't really tell you a lot in terms of feedback. It's not something that you can like actively learn from. And two, if I'm just sitting here saying things that are necessarily not really constructive to the feedback, you guys cannot really hear the track, because I would just be always talking over the track. I want you guys to obviously hear a lot of the track as well, right? So I try to shut up most of the time. Sometimes I do fail in that regard, so I'm sorry if I do. But hey, it's my stream. But that's the reason why sometimes I might sound a little bit negative, and that's just because when it comes to positive things, I tend to restrict myself a little bit into saying them. Sometimes, obviously, whenever something is really standing out, I'll say oh, I like this part, I like that you're using this, something like that. But I'll try to make those comments quick. Don't sit here and think that I'm just here to say negative things about music. That's not the goal. It's I'm trying to talk as little as possible so that you guys can actually hear the track. Anyway, Georgo, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. There's dots on the O, so really I have no idea how to say it. Georgi, I guess. Gregory. Gregory? Gregory. Gregory. I think it's Gregory. I might have mispronounced that as well, but maybe it's different language or something like that. I produced 6 years now and I want to have proper feedback on my last track. Hope you enjoy. Xinlon by Gregory. Professor has to professor, yes. I agree completely with having different things throughout the track. I'm glad that that's helpful. Can I submit still? Yes, of course. We have a lot of submissions today. A lot of different things, as you can see. Kick and bass sounds nice. I also like to see that it's at least somewhat cleaned. The kick is cleaned. I don't think that this is clean. Maybe that's not here. There's like a little fade towards the end here. Personally, I would try to get rid of that when you're resampling. I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest, though. Like, it's not going to make or break your track, obviously. I think that sounds, as cool as it is maybe a little bit on the loud side. Cool as that fill was, I would do that after 16 bars and not after 8 bars. So over here. So that you have 15 bars where the people can just dance, or in this case I would say 14 because the fill was 2 bars. To be honest, if you take the kick and bass and turn it up by 2 dB and take all of the top drums and turn them up by like 4 dB, I think it would sound better because I feel like the synths are a little bit over dominating. Part of that maybe because it's a little bit on the full side. It isn't on like that full of a track that it becomes too intense that you cannot really hear what is going on. It's still in that realm of, you know, being able to understand what you want me to listen to. I do want to add some very cool sound design, especially this part. But I think mix-wise, the kick and bass should have a little bit more priority, and the drums definitely need to come out more, because when it comes to the spectrum over here, what you'll often see in sidetrends is that there's this little like extra bump to it that is just a little bit raised, so that you get that nice airy, almost attention grabbing high ends from your top loop and cymbals. Are the feedback submissions genre specific? Needs it to be trance? No, it doesn't. The name is Hungarian. I lived there for a year. Nice. Banger. I do agree, yes. In terms of just execution here, there's some small details about the track that may need some addressing. Mainly the mixing thing, as I said, with the levels. But overall, sound design wise and storytelling wise, this is a very cool track. I like that half of the sounds that we're hearing are like very gritty, very darkish sounding, and then the other half are trying to add a little bit of a melodic flair on top. It's a real cool combination, and it's not something that I hear often. I like this one a lot. Same, yeah. Mostly made out of presets. I mean, still, you definitely know what you're doing. Even if it's presets, knowing how to use a preset in and of itself is also like an art, I would say. Because there's people that just drop in a preset, and then there's people that make stuff like this from a preset. Kick and bass is going quieter here. It feels like it's going quieter now. I try to keep the kick and bass always at the same level, at least in the drop part. And I would still consider this the drop part. Because this would be the part where the DJ would mix out the track into the new track. I say normally like in the breaks and stuff like that, you make it a little bit quieter. But this is not like a part of the breakdown. This is still the outro that would be mixed into the next track in the live set. It's just going to happen every time. Okay. Next up we have the Kai here. I'll take a try. Psychedelic Experience by the Kai. Or DK, I don't know which one of them he goes by. Maybe it's the same, you pronounce it the same. I'm sorry if I do mispronounce it. But this is Psychedelic Experience. Thank you, Projector, as well. I will consider what you said. I hope that it's useful, what I said. I don't know how to use presets, so I'm always disappointed when I buy a pack. I hope you weren't disappointed, or if you didn't, I don't know if you did. But if you did buy my pack, I hope I didn't disappoint you. Here again, this is one of those tracks that it feels from the start a little bit too full with elements. As cool as the sound design is, you're gonna have a real hard time mixing this into another track. Kick and bass is super clean. That being said, the kick could be a little bit louder, and this bass note over here could be a little bit quieter, because this is now battling with the kick, as you can see in the waveform. I would give the priority to the kick in the mix here, and now it seems like the bass is like at the same level. So turn the bass down by maybe 2 dB and the kick up by 1 dB, something like that. Should do the trick. When I say the bass, I mean this particular bass note over here, not these two. Your packs are sick, thank you. Presets is a way so we can understand the music structure. It is a very easy way to also get just a feeling for the sound design that you're trying to create. You can just use it as a learning method. If it's maybe your first time making sidetracks, then having a few presets for it that you can deconstruct and actually learn from. Here the synth is a little bit too loud. The vocal actually sits in here well, but could also be turned up by 1 or 2 more dB so that it's a little bit clearer. Of course, with the track title, I was able to understand what he said. But if you hear that in a live set, I don't think you would understand immediately what the vocal was trying to say. Even though it's like stretch and stuff, you generally want to have those vocals come out so that you can hear them. And in this part, I would not put the vocal. There's too much other stuff going on. I hope I'm better than the last one. We're all good. We're all good producers. Overall, I should say the quality of productions in my channel are very, very high. But this is definitely a good track if you want my opinion. The last track was also a very good track. Here again, the vocal doesn't really shine through, and that is mainly not so much the mix of it, it's mainly the amount of space that it has. There's a lot of other things happening in the higher frequencies over here that combat with the like understandable part of the vocal, which is mainly high end, right? Because if you whisper, you can look at the spectrum analyzer, it below like 1000 hertz, there's not going to be a lot of stuff when you're just whispering. So if there's a lot of stuff above 1000 hertz in this area over here, then the vocal is going to have a hard time coming through and being understandable because it's going to get covered up. I knew you were about to say it. All the track had the same issue you told me and I failed again. I mean, I don't know, it's just things that I point out. To be honest, I don't remember your old tracks. I now realize that you meant also not the last one in terms of the last one on the stream, but the last one in of yours. And to be honest, with the amount of tracks that I listen to, I don't, even from one feedback stream, at the end of the stream, I don't remember all of the tracks that I've played. Because you all submit one track and I hear like a 30, 40 of them. Your presets are very good. Thank you. Better than Proxima Species in my honest opinion. Proxima Species is also a very good track. But if you like mine more, then that's... A lot of these things are like up to taste, so I don't often like to comment on that. Also with the feedback, you'll notice that I spend a lot of time talking about technicalities and stuff like that, and not necessarily about the actual art that people are creating, just how that art is put together. That being said, the particular art in question here does sound very nice. I like the sound design that we've going on here. The overall vibe of this one is really good. As I said, I don't remember your other track, but I can definitely see if this would be like an improvement, because this is sounding very, very good. The vocal thing is just like, okay, one detail, but the grand picture of the whole track sounds very nice. I do also think that also here, the kick and bass can be a little bit louder in respect to everything else that is happening in the track. It's a little bit, so maybe 1.5 dB max, but sometimes with like these sweeps and stuff like that over here, you can see the waveform kind of going zoom, like that when the sweep happens. And that's usually an indication, for me at least, that the other elements are slightly dominating the shape too much of the kick and bass. Because if you actually look like a waveform of a master track, of a kick and bass in a master, or of a like finalized master track, it's essentially the track shape follows the shape of the kick and bass. If the kick and bass is playing, it is loud. If the kick and bass is not playing, it is quieter. And that's kind of what you want to emulate already in the production, so that you don't have to, I guess, fix that when you get to mastering. You just throw on your mastering stuff, and then it's all good. It just makes everything louder, and if the mix is already properly balanced, then you don't have to adapt anything for particular fills or the intro or the break. Sometimes you do see that if you have a particularly energetic break, that in the mastering stage itself, you have to turn down the input gain into your final limiter so that the break isn't too loud for the drops that sit alongside it. Let's see. Gaining presets is great, however, learning the plugin and sound designing, you are better to learn the whole process to become familiar with the synth you are tweaking. Yeah, that's why I also said, I said, like, you get some presets, what you can do is just deconstruct the presets. Just try to see, like, okay, how do they work? That's how I learned a lot of the sound designing as well. And the preset pack that somebody mentioned before, Proxima Species, is a great pack to do that, because the sound design in there is actually fairly complex, what the guy is doing. Okay, next up we have Asset here. This one is finished. I'm working on a new one, but that's... sorry. I'm working on a new one that I will send soon. Thanks. Hall of Illusion, A minor, 140 BPM. What I would personally do here is have the melodic thing come in a little bit later. So whatever filter you're using to filter it in, if it's looking like this, just make it look a little bit more like that, so that the vocal has a bit more space there.
Psychedelic drug.
Vsauce, my collega. It's one of those, if you've been on YouTube long enough, it's one of those voices that you immediately recognize, right?
Iowa.
That's actually a really cool video if you haven't seen it. Him taking ayahuasca.
Mystical, magical.
Technically speaking, this track sits together very, very well. I don't think there's a lot to discuss here. This is very, very well done production. I think I mentioned last time that you submitted something that I heard that the kick was always the same. And either you did something with the processing, or it is actually a completely redesigned kick, in that it doesn't have that distinct talk anymore that I heard in the top end the last few times that you submitted it. So that's nice to hear. This sound is a little bit loud though. Okay, there's one thing to say. I'll give you that. like that here the bandpass plugs that you're using on the 8 notes are like actually a sequence in that they repeat every bar. Often people just use randomness for that, but sometimes using it in kind of like a melodic way is very nice. Glad to see everybody liking that same transition. I think the last time I said like it's a little bit unconventional, but now listening to it again, maybe it's also the kick and bass changing, stuff like that. Those very small details do have a change on your perception of a track. But I really liked it this time, the way that you went into the break, used that for 8 bars, and then actually went into the like low energy part. Because I guess normally most sidetrance tracks follow a very similar structure, so maybe going away from that every once in a while, if executed well, like in this case, can be very nice. Kick and bass is my Achilles heel. I have a psychedelic drum pack where you can just drag in the kicks, and I have I don't know if you make the same BPM music and the same style music as me, but if you do, then that is the way. Just using some of my presets, my bass preset has infinite possibilities because of the phasing knob. I'll say is I'm not a huge fan of the snare that you're using here. I hear this a lot where people have a snare that is like very low, very bumpy, I should say. This one has the same thing, and that it's I don't know if it's actually there, the fundamental, but it sounds like there's like a lot of lower frequencies below like 1000, 2000 hertz. When it comes to snares, the stuff that I like to use and that I would recommend everybody using, because also from a mixing perspective, it's much easier to mix it in without a fundamental, is stuff that you get from Psychedelic Intelligence Volume 2 here. It's like just the noise component, right? Just the higher bit. Because you don't really need this stuff over here. And even this one over here, to me it has a little bit too much impact, because you can see it in the shape here. It kind of goes down and then back up. I really like not those shapes, but yeah, stuff like this where it's just a high noise and it just goes down. And even these, I would usually shorten these as snares, but these things, they mix really nicely, and personally I just like the sound of them a lot more as well. I don't like that it has it has too much thumpiness to the snare, because for me it distracts from the thing that should really have the thumpiness, which is the kick. I cut over 300, I think, but I'm always in doubt with my snare. They are very hard to make. I maybe should invest a bit more time in my snares as well, because even with the recent track that we were mixing, I had a lot of trouble with the snares. Right? For those that were there with the mixing streams, that was one of the big things that I still need to fix. And we will, before Easter, I'll try to do one more stream and actually fix them. But that's one of the things that usually it takes a little bit more time, because it's kick, bass, snare that are the most important 3 elements, I guess, of your track. so you're already going to spend a lot more time there. And for me, snares are the ones that there's the least amount of information available, right? Because everybody does kick tutorials, everybody does bass tutorials. So maybe that is something that I should investigate a bit more and actually make a tutorial on. Next week, I'll show you my new one. I cleaned kick and bass, but it still work on the second drop. So I'll show you next week. Unfortunately, next week I'm not here. So I'll have to wait for another week because I will be away for 1 week. And once I get back, then we can do another feedback. Then it will just be every other or every Sunday again. Anyway, we have Mikke P. Still a lot of work to do. So let's have a listen here. Starts a little bit late, but this is Void Mushroom Trip.
So who would
Void is the artist name.
more than 30 years later, I'd be standing here.
I bought one, but I don't think it's the one that you're talking about. The bass patch is
And the mushrooms got
from Volume 3. It's the sub-shifter auto sub-control patch. Might be part of the free edition. To be honest, I don't remember if it is. Probably not going to work for this style of psytrance though, with your very dark style here. Again, seeing as this is not yet a drop, this is where the kick and bass gets filtered in, I would lower the volume by at least like 5 dB on this one. On the kick and bass, just in the part where it's filtering in, where it's not the drop itself. Second thing, for this dark stuff, it's not like the melodies are wrong, but I would put it in later. Again, it has partially to do with the fact that it's maybe too high energy for this part, and partially with the fact that DJs are going to have a little bit of hard time actually mixing that in. To be honest, I do like this sound design a lot more. There's no resampling yet. As you can see, there's messy transients over here. I also see some stereo width issues. What this shows me is that, one, you're stereoizing your bass, which I like, but what I don't like is that you're not high-passing that stereoizing effect. So if you have a stereo generator on your bassline, something like Stereo Spread, which is the one that I would recommend, you do need to take this minimal frequency and maybe put it up to like 300, 350 hertz, something like that. Otherwise, it's going to affect those lowest harmonics, and they really should be mono. Like this low, the main bulk of the bass, this part where the high energy is, that should still be mono. It's just like a little bit of extra texture to, I guess, the click and the grittiness of the mid-range stuff area, this area over here. I was gonna say lower mids, but that's specifically not what we want yet. We want it to be like from 300 to 4. Fills are a little bit empty now. I'd like a few more fills. Is the Discord the best place to get help recreating a sound? My dude, there's an actual channel for that, so yes. To be honest, the Discord, when it comes to communicating with the community, is the best place for anything related to communication with the community. Okay, next up we have a very specific person here. Where do I send my track for feedback? Here in the comments? No, you send your track right here in my Discord. !feedback will get you there. As you can see, there's already a lot of submissions, but you can just post your link in the feedback stream over here in the feedback stream channel. And then there you just put it in there and you'll be in the queue. Anybody that is a patron will of course get priority, but up until this point there's only green names in here. So we're just going to move on to the next person, which is a very special person. He has been talking shit for the last few days on my channel, saying that making psytrance is easy. And as you can see, it's called Projector Proof. So we'll hear how easy it is to make psytrance. I also see that his name is Rabarber Soup, which means that he is probably Dutch, or at least speaks Dutch, because that is a Dutch word. So that is very interesting. Some Dutch on Dutch crimes here. Calling my music boring and everything. We'll have a listen. We'll see if his music is boring or not. I am... Okay. It's... yeah. This is not something that I'm going to use, because this is going to blow up my ears. Nice try. Nice troll. Thank you. You will be banned. Go fuck yourself. Dit is echt... Moet dat zo, jongen? Heb je echt zo weinig te doen dat dit moet? Dit soort onzin? Jezus, wat fucking zielig. Dat jij je hele zaterdag en je hele zondag zo spendeert. Godverdomme. Moet je jezelf zien. De hele middag hier gezeten. En dan met dit soort onzin. Houd toch op, man. Zoek een baan. Doe iets. Doe iets met je leven. Echt fucking zielig. Fucking zielig. Doe normaal. I'm sorry, but this is... I was going to say I wouldn't bash on this guy, but doing something like this, like deliberately trying to blow my speakers with this kind of stuff, is just sick. Because that's what this is. This is like actually trying to blow my speakers. There's no other way around it. Ban him. I'm going to go to my YouTube. You'll get banned from my YouTube as well. Tief maar lekker op. Ga maar iemand anders het leven zuur maken. Wat doe jij hier? I'm dying here. I hope so. Spring van een brug af, alsjeblieft. Kan ik hem gewoon helemaal verwijderen? Hij is nu volgens mij helemaal verwijderd. I think I just completely banned him now. I really hoped he was actually... that he actually could produce and this was his point, but it isn't. Yeah, I was hoping the same thing. I was hoping that maybe he was trying to... I don't know, like prove a point or something like that, but this is just a guy who is sad and has fuck all to do. It makes no sense. Seriously. Like, I get that you're a sad, pathetic human being, but why would you want to share that with me? What have I done to anybody? Because there's... The fun thing is that there was actual points where this was just a normal person. Where he was just asking me normal questions. Right? I can go into the comments over here. I don't think that I can actually search by viewer. But there were... At a certain point, there was just a moment where he just asked me a normal question. I'm sure I can find it somewhere. It was like 3 weeks ago. He asked me a normal question, just a normal person. I don't know, maybe he's bipolar or something. He didn't take his medicine, whatever. Maybe we should be sad for him. Maybe maybe he is in an institution right now and somebody is just not taking care of him. He's not getting the infusion that he needs to get his medicine to be a normal person. But I'll find this comment. He just asked a normal question. To be honest, I don't even know. I don't even care that much. Let's just move on. This was fucking pathetic. I was really hoping that he was just backing up his statement and that the troll would actually man up and do something. But he's too pathetic to even do that. And at that point, yeah, you're just going to get banned off the channel. This is the first time that I've ever banned somebody off the channel, and I hope that it's the last time. Because I don't ban people for just saying mean things. I don't ban people for just trolling around. As you could have seen all in the comment section, I troll him too. That's just the way that it was. And yeah, at this point, I've never banned anybody. The only other people that I ban are like those spam bots that do Telegram advertisements and stuff like that. This was a waste of energy from this person's part. I don't know what they gained from this. Nothing. I have no idea. Never expect trolls to man up. I know, but it's at the end of the day, it's I thought initially that it's just some dude who was trying to share his opinion and is like has this super ego. At that point, you're still like, oh, maybe he can back up his ego, stuff like that. But yeah, that was just not the case. It is just trying to waste everybody's time. It's just sad. It's just fucking pathetic. Anyway, let's move on. He has been banned everywhere. He will not be coming back. And yeah, I thought that was him messaging me, but it isn't. Perfect. He'll probably just make a new account. If he really wants to troll me or spam me or something like that, he'll make a new account and he will be really, really sick and I'll never get away from this stuff. But then there's other things that I can do. Then you don't know me. Anyway, next up, we'll just forget this. Wait, I'm going to take a small break. It's also been almost 2 hours that I've been streaming. So I'm going to put on some music, take a small break. The way that I'm actually going to do this, just to signal boost my own stuff, I guess, is the track that I recently released a few days ago. I'll put that on, since there's a lot of people here. For those that want to listen to this track again, here's the link. You can have a listen. This is on our label, Eclipse Sound Syndicate, where you'll be able to hear our music. And yeah, just give it a listen. I'll make it nice and big so that you guys have some visuals. And I'll be back very, very soon. I'll just take a quick break. Once the track is finished, I'll be back and we'll continue with all of the other things that we still have to listen to. Sorry, yeah, I need to take a quick breather, and then I'll be back. Sorry, guys. It's normal. I do normally take breaks, but this is a good moment to call one. Okay, let's get back to normality. Let's see. I like how half the chat is loving the music and the other half is loving my cussing. You guys will never hear both of them at once. It will always be one or the other. If you play spoken German backwards, it almost sounds exactly like Dutch. Welcome back. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It just, I guess, it had to happen for a first time once. We'll see what he continues to do. I do need to get myself a drink, which I forgot to do. So give me 2 more seconds. Okay, there we are. This stuff just happens. Sampling your cussing for the next feedback. It's probably going to happen at some point. This is probably, I don't know. It's a good stream, so it might be that there's some clips coming from this. At the end of the day, you do have to just laugh it off, and it happens. I mean, he can come back, but whatever. You'll probably make another account and continue, but then I'll just find out where he lives and then see what happens. These are the kind of people, you know, that got bullied in middle school. I know because I'm also one of them. So they develop online skills and start trolling and start to fear their anger off onto other people. It's this endless cycle of the people that get bullied don't want it to happen to them again. So they start to learn the skills and the things that they can use to defend themselves. And then they start to bullying themselves. It's kind of what happens. He already came back. I don't see him anymore. I don't see him on the channel. If he's using a different account, I don't know which one it is. Camera lens mug? Yes, exactly. He's just pushing your short. Yeah, he gave that short some massive engagement. It outperformed many of the other shorts that I published over the last few weeks. So it's nice of him that he's like pushing my stuff. Can I send in one more track? Yes, of course. We are getting... Did he submit his track? He did submit his track, but it was a troll track. It wasn't something that I was supposed to listen to. He's banned now. Still have his username, so if I wanted to, I can find out some more information about him and then actually confront him about what he's doing. Maybe send a message to his parents, something like that. I don't know if you would enjoy that. But I can. As I said, I've been through these kind of things before in like real life, and then you start to develop the skills to be able to do this. Free interaction for the algorithm gods. Yes, exactly. Go back about 12 to 15 minutes. Please don't. No. It's okay. Anyway, we'll just move on to the next one. How many tracks do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That should be good. There may be a few more, but contact his parents. To be honest, I don't want to immediately go this low, right? Because it's kind of a low blow, immediately getting somebody's parents involved or something like that. But it's definitely a thing. It's going to depend. It's not always the case that you're able to find the correct information. But if you know what you're looking for and you know how to search for those kind of things, you can definitely find interesting stuff about people on the internet, if he uses the same email for other things as well and stuff like that, I can definitely find what I'm looking for to be able to do that. Just don't dox him. No, I won't do anything illegal. I will keep it all private and just, you know, tell his parents or because this is probably a child, right? 100%. This is either a child or somebody that needs mental help. So either I'm contacting his parents or I'm contacting the mental facility that he escaped from. And then I just, you know, say, oh, you have an escapee and yeah, keep track of the people that are under your care. That kind of stuff. It's unacceptable behavior and should not be addressed. And it should be addressed. Yeah, no, I meant the doxing. I'm not going... If I'm going to, like, find out who he is and, like, actually contact him about the behavior that he's doing online, then I would do that in private. I wouldn't dox him to you guys and tell everybody where he lives. Even now, as I said before, I was very receptive to him, right? Coming into here. I didn't want people to all pile up on him. And stuff like that. Even on the short, I was like, at some point, everybody is responding to him. Maybe that's a little bit too much. But then he doubled down, and then he actually tried to blow out my speakers with the thing that he submitted in quotations here. So, yeah. At that point, you start to think like, okay, this person definitely doesn't know what he's doing. And this may be something that we want to address. But if this guy keeps coming back, then yeah, I will definitely address it. I'll you know, just do the things that I need to do to get this to stop. Kids need to be corrected. Exactly. Next up, we'll just continue the stream. I'll stop talking about it. I don't want him to dictate the rest of the stream either. There's 12 more tracks that we have to get through. So we'll move on with learning project. This fucking action, 178 BPM in F. Should be very interesting, some high tech. Starting off very interesting here. Bassline is pitch bending around in a strange way. To be honest, I would have the bassline, at least when the chords are playing, just move with the chords. Here it sounds nice. Here what you're doing is cool. Few extra risers in here, maybe some extra building of energy would be nice. Overall, this part is maybe a little bit on the long side. I like it. Kick and bass sounds nice. It isn't clean. As you can see, it's moving into the transient. You did clean it up with the kick, but the bassline itself isn't cleaned up with each other, so it would still need to be resampled. Overall, the synths could be a bit more processed, maybe a little bit more saturated, maybe some extra OTT, something like that. Like, the volume is okay, it's just within that volume, it could be louder. Like, I don't want you to turn up the level, I just want you to compress it and saturate it and probably compensate for that by just actually turning down the level again. I'm too old for internet drama. Me too, he did what he did and now we just move on. If it just becomes a consistent thing, then I'll do something about it. like this synth sound, I think you could add some extra stuff on top of it to glitch it up. A plugin that I can recommend for you is this one over here, Deep Blue Glitch. This bad boy. It's really good for glitching up sounds. What do you mean by resampled? Seems a lot of these need that. I'll explain that after the track is finished playing. Because I need a little bit of a demo to show you actually what that means.
It's party time!
I like this. You still have that. You still have that in your tracks that I've heard a lot about your tracks. In that you're structuring everything in bars. In that it's okay, one thing plays and then another thing plays and then another thing plays. Like it goes back and forth in bars. And that usually doesn't really happen in high-tech because high-tech is like very chaotic. So I feel like it's maybe a little bit too structured for high-tech. But this part over here, because you're just using one synth, this is better. Like this sounds more chaotic to me than, okay, one bar of this, one bar of that, one bar of this, one bar of that. I would say the panning on some of the synths is maybe a little bit too extreme. As cool as it is, I do feel like it's just only going to the sides. Because it seems to happen on almost every synth that I hear. Overall though, very cool project, very cool sound design as well. Synths overwhelmed on speakers, yeah, exactly. It needs to be louder, it needs to be tighter together, right? So some OTT, some saturation, that stuff can help. What I mean by resampling, when it comes to traditional bass lines, what you'll see is you make a bass patch. So something like this. Let me just quickly make one here. You'll go like this. Bass patch will do something like that, right? And then you'll have your processing. I'm just going to try to do this fast, so I won't explain exactly what I'm doing. But I'll do some processing here. This one, sorry. If I make a bass note here, that is a 16 note, so like this. Little bit too much phasing here. Something like that. If you see the bass note, this is this long, so it's a 16 note. But if I record that bass note, what you'll find, because of the processing, that the bass note becomes longer. Right? You see that we have some extra stuff happening over here. This is normal. This is, with the kind of processing that we do on our bass line, this is what you want. But you don't actually want this stuff because there's going to be in your track another bass note playing over here. So this bass note is going to bleed into this bass note over here. So what you want to do when it comes to resampling is what we've just done, which is literally re-recording what we've just done, right? So we've taken the recording, or we've taken our bass note and we've recorded it into audio. What you can then do is you can just literally chop off the part that you don't need, fade it out so that there's some room for the next transient, and then you just duplicate that over. And now you have a bass line that is processed. It has that processed sound to it. But if you, let's turn this up as well, so you can maybe see a bit better in the waveform. It doesn't bleed into it. The next transient has nothing to compete with because the bass note actually goes to silence again. And you don't have any issues that way. So that's resampling. And that's what you need to do in order to make sure that it doesn't bleed into the next bass note and that all of the transients have the right amount of punch. It also happens with the kick. So for example, what I see a lot some producers do is they'll either have a kick and they're also processing it in particular ways, so phase shifting, and then it also extends those frequencies. Or they'll do like a kick fill, and their kick fill would look somewhat like this, right? So there will be a kick playing, and then the kick doesn't stop playing before the next kick plays. So this stuff is going to sum together with this stuff, and you lose the punch and the power of this transient over here. So in that case also, what you would need to do is something like this. And then, you know, you have two little compartments for each kick that is playing, as opposed to it bleeding on top of the other one. The main reason why you need to do phasing is because of filters. Any filter, so take any EQ here, an EQ like this would introduce a little bit of phase shift. If you're just EQing your baseline like this, no problem. The amount of phase shift that you get isn't substantial enough to cause any issues. But if you're doing something like this, like a high pass, then this will cause so many issues that you would need to resample. And with the traditional processing, I just showed like a very specific plugin that just does the phase shift. But with traditional processing, take for example something like the M transient MB, which is very popular for processing. This is what Eclipse uses, for example. These filters, these crossover filters that you set to get the exact texture that you want from your baseline, these also introduce a lot of phase shift, and therefore you would need to, again, resample your baseline if you're using them. Don't be discouraged. Like me, for a long time, I was actually discouraged to just use plugins like this. And in fact, what I would do is set them to linear phase, which is a bad idea because you actually want the filter shift that we got. You actually want that process feeling. You just don't want the tail of it. So that's the reason why you would resample. You still want the processed feeling. You still want the phase shift coming from the processing that you put on here. If you want to learn much more, for everybody in the chat, now that there's a lot of people watching, I have an ultimate guide on kick and bass on my channel. Ultimate, I don't know how to type anymore. Copy link here. I'll just quickly post that in the chat. This goes over everything in great detail. It is like 3.5 hours long, so it takes a while to get through, but this will explain everything. Multiband processing can produce pre-processed post-ringing that smears the transients of the following kick. Yeah, so pre-ringing is only from pre-ringing is only for linear phase, and post-ringing is only for non-linear phase. So you would need to be careful with those things, and therefore we resample. There is another solution, and that is the stuff that I use, which is why I also recommend my main bass patch, which again is from my Psychedelic Essentials Volume 3, which is this one over here. What I'm essentially doing is in the wavetable, I capture that processing. So you can see here I have a wavetable where essentially the phase shift is already captured in the wavetable. So this is just a saw wave without the lowest fundamental, because I'm doing some more magic over here with this second one over here, which is my actual like sub bass. But essentially I capture it in the wavetable. So the phasing is happening before we do the volume envelope, because the volume envelope goes over here, meaning that you don't have to resample this baseline as long as you don't process it, as long as you don't do any filtering that would require resampling. Didn't Gilex comment on one of your YouTube bass videos? He may have commented on one of my bass videos. The main way that I've seen him or interacted with him was that he joined the stream once. He was in the stream once, and he just randomly typed in the stream. I was just producing, and he said something like, "Oh, this is sounding cool." And then I saw Gilex with the little musical thing next to it, so I know it was him. But then he said that, yeah, he did watch my videos, and that he saw some of the videos that back in the days I specifically did on him. I don't know if he commented. Again, just like before, when I showed, when I tried to find the troll guy's comment, I cannot search for individual users in my comments, unfortunately. That would be really useful to find those kind of things. But he did watch my stream, yes. Greetings from Serbia. Greetings back to Serbia. I hope everybody in Serbia is enjoying my stream. Well, probably not everybody, since there's only 28 watching, but maybe a few of them, at least. Anyway, next up we have TNC with Mars. Looks very psychedelic, but you said it wasn't Psytrance, I believe. Let me put the analyzers back on, sorry. Some very cinematic sounding chords here. It's gonna be dubstep. Aha. This might be slightly loud. Not as loud as the other guy that tried to blow my speaker. I used to make dubstep, so this is in my ballpark still. I like this. It's not your standard kind of dubstep that you hear a lot. Very nice and deep. Some extra glitchiness could be cool. I heard some like stuttered vocals, but some extra glitchiness to fill up the spaces where there's like a little bit of that extra room. That would be nice. I was only shocked when I learned a few years ago that there's like 10 side producers from Serbia. It's very big there. Serbia even has their own like style, I guess. Yeah, this glitch kind of stuff here, you can really add some like really glitchy textures in these empty parts as well. Something like that could make it a little bit better. The other thing that I would probably do for a track like this is have a different second drop than the first one. Overall though, very well done. For a dubstep master, this is actually fairly quiet. Eclipse is from Serbia. Yeah, he is part of that Serbian style of psytrance, right? Because that is kind of the vibe that you get from there a lot, I believe. I mean, there's a lot of countries. Finland also has a very unique psytrance scene. Right? They also have their own genre, which I don't even know what it's called, but they have like their own subgenre even. What I wanted to show you, TNC, is something that you probably be interested in. It's called the clip to zero method. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but this is a really detailed explanation on there. Maybe too detailed. Buffometrics. It's a very cool channel. Explains a lot about the clip to zero method. And that is the kind of method that you would use for mixing / mastering. Because for a dubstep track, if this is a final master, it is fairly quiet. I'm gonna be real here. Dubstep really is known for harboring all of the loudness that is out there, and using that, you're going to get to maybe like -6 LUFS without any mastering processing, or maybe like one clipper on the master doing a little bit of work. But the point of the clip to zero method is that you essentially clip everything as the method, or as the name suggests. You clip everything at 0, and then you're able to mix it in with the volumes. But everything should be clipped in your track. If you're talking about like really loudly mastering dubstep, and this is really hard to do. Is I guess one of the reasons why I ended up stopping making dubstep, or at least the really loud kind of music. I went into mid-tempo afterwards. And that slowly morphed into me appreciating psytrance. And now I'm here. But usually I used to go up to -3 LUFS, but after I got a shitstorm on Reddit, I switched a bit. Yeah, to be honest, this felt a little bit too low. stylistically, I could see it still. If stylistically, I could see it still work in that it's not really fully dubstep, right? This is trying to be a little bit more melodic. This is trying to be a little bit more dynamic, even maybe a little bit more towards streaming. But if you were to play this at a festival like Lost Lands, and the guy at the PA system was not paying attention, and he didn't balance for it correctly, everybody would be like, oh, what is going on? The music just became quieter. I hate all dubstep pretty much and rhythm not my cup of tea. I do like it. There's I wouldn't necessarily listen to it, but what I like about it is that it has that same really deep technical scene into it that Psytrance has. Whereas where Psytrance, the sound design is just very crazy. The all of the technicalities that come behind deep, clear loudness is really developed inside of dubstep. And it's a wide genre, right? Like it's very wide. You can have anything from melodic dubstep to rhythm, or even worse, that what's it called? The stuff that is like infused with the metal scene. I don't know my dubsteps anymore. It's been so long. Grime step? Is that what it's called? Dan Warnell pushed the track to +4 loves integrated. Yes, I know. But there you, yeah, that's every sample is full scale. That is too much. The point of the dubstep is that the mix is still very clear, right? Not that the mix was necessarily bad on Dan Warhol's track. Death Step, maybe? Tear Out? Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of different genres. But the Dan Warhol thing, you could clearly hear that it was distorting. Whereas when you're doing proper volume like that, getting that loudness, it's not necessarily that you can hear the distortion. You can just hear the loudness. Everything is loud, but it's not necessarily like cracking and glitching up and annoying to listen to if you turn it down. It just gets squashed dynamically, and it's there's no transients, there's no dynamics left. There is an argument to be made that you could turn, I guess, the dynamics up a little bit and get more punch out of the track, but that's not really the point of the genre. The point is to be that kind of flat wall of noise that is continuously playing. And I do like that. And also I have a little bit of a soft spot for Virtual Riot. So that will always be... that's always something that I... or a person that I like. You can find my tracks on YouTube. I'm called... Goanoia, go and listen. Please don't just spam your advertisement in my chat. That's not what this is about. I have another. Oh, this is just the same one. It's just a troll. Yes, I know. Sorry, I'm leaking DMs. I'm leaking a lot of stuff. Ah. I might have to cut that out of the stream. Sorry. What did I watch? Shit. I mean, it's not too bad, but... Fuck. I'll definitely have to go back and cut a few things out of the stream there, maybe. I just clicked the wrong thing. I just clicked this one instead of this. This is the label Discord, because there's some information in there that you guys probably shouldn't know. You probably won't see anything in the part that we saw. There was, I can go back and watch it. It was just a discussion about some feedback on a track that we had, and slight discussion about the next mix that I'm supposed to make for April. And the fact that I'm leaving the 28th, which I guess you guys also all know. I don't mind if my message in the stream, it's all good. Okay, perfect. The other thing, yeah, I might cut that out, I might not. It's yeah, hidden projector lore, yes. We'll just move on like nothing happens. Hey, this is my second sideline strong. Can't mix a master yet. I didn't even do a master, and in some places there's too much going on, and sometimes it's too loud. My sounds are not clean and sharp enough, but I'm curious what you think. I mean, you already gave me all of the things that I should probably listen for, so I'll probably say that. We'll have a listen though anyway. Projector featuring Asterix and Aja leaked, if only. You are right in that some stuff is a little bit too quiet, mainly your kick and bass. Your bass line is also not cleaned yet. To be honest, I'm not a fan of the tonality of your kick. There's a bit of saturation on it, I think. Like it's a bit crunchy. It does that. For the rest, the sound design is very cool. I don't think that this is not crispy enough of a sound design. Kick and bass is just too quiet. Hats as well, the top loops as well. Do as you see fit. I mean, I think I'll be okay. If it had been worse, I would have immediately ended the stream and you guys would have never seen it.
So what's working? Because I allowed it to work. Guess what? They can control me.
Bet your ass they can control you. They already do, you just don't realize.
I like the vocal mix as well. The vocals have a lot of space. I like that.
I'm done apologizing. I am done being persecuted for my strength. You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me.
The main thing that you need to worry about, I know this is just your second track, but production-wise this is sounding very nice. The main thing that you need to worry about is priorities when mixing. Your kick and bass is getting overpowered, which is strange because the kick and bass is the thing that makes us dance. That's the most important part of the track. So you need to say, okay, kick is the most important, then goes the bass, then goes probably like the main synths, together with the drums. They might be on like the same level. Maybe the drums are a little bit higher, maybe like slightly here, so then bass, kick, you have drums, and then the synths right under that, and then you have all of your supportive elements and supportive stuff, risers, crashes, that kind of stuff. But you can see how much the waveform is deviating away from just the standard level that is only the kick and bass. And usually it's the case that the kick and bass kind of flattens the whole waveform. If the kick and bass is playing, you should essentially just see a sausage mainly made up of the kick and bass, and it deviates slightly from that with louder parts. Overall though, even arrangement wise, I really like this. I really like the structuring that you're using here. You definitely know what you're doing. Sounds very good. For a second sideline song, this is very, very strong. I'm seeing some... I'm afraid I'm seeing some stuff over here as well. I don't know if you're trying to submit to the feedback stream, but for the feedback stream, it's this one over here. Let me just quickly check. Oh, he did also submit over here. Then we'll get to it. Perfect. And don't worry. Okay. So then next up. So yeah, very nice. Very nice. I'm getting distracted. I'm distracted a lot today. How long has it been? 2.5 hours. We might not get through all of it. How much is there left? Last time I counted it was 12. We are now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, it's getting shorter still, so we're catching up. That's nice. We'll continue here with Schrödinger, track 1, Forest. I might be going through them a little bit quicker. Of course, I'll still listen to the whole thing, but I might not spend a lot of time in between talking. Just trying to listen to everybody's music.
Let's go.
I like it. Here you can see the kick is dominating the synth, right? So you can see the kick waveform is completely dominating what the synth is doing. And the synth doesn't have an influence over the loudness. That's kind of what I mean. What I don't like is that your kick and bass isn't resampled. This is very messy, the bass line, and you're losing a lot of punch not resampling.
Fuhr Niklas ist kein Parksünder sicher.
In this case, you can see what I mean. Sometimes you can see that the waveform gets a little bit bigger, but it's always showing the kick mainly going through it, and that's really what you want because the kick is the most important part. I like it. This wash thing is a little bit loud. I would turn that down, especially because you're trying to play a vocal on top of it. Here you're going back into the synths that we heard before. What I would do is I would put new synths in here. Maybe some of the atmospheres that you used in that little breakdown can kind of continue in there. Maybe delay out something like that. So now it sounds like you just took one part and copied it over there and just made a little break in between. The bassline is becoming louder suddenly. I don't know why that's the case, but I like where the bassline was. This one does seem like it was slightly cleaned up. I think, like this looks like it's going back to zero right before the trend is. So that would suggest that you're resampling this part. To be honest, I like this sound more. I think that this is mastered, so it's pushing into a limiter, and therefore this would be okay in terms of waveform squashness. Like it's not like the bassline is too loud now. Maybe 1 dB lower could be nice. That generally brings out the kick a little bit more. Yeah, but here with the offbeat, you're definitely getting to the point where it's maybe a little bit too loud. And the offbeat is bleeding into the kick here. Now I can see it's being pulled up over here. So you definitely don't want that. Guys, remember to cut your lower than 20 hertz. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't listen to this man. You're going to get massive phase shift issues, especially if you do that on the master, which a lot of you do. Don't do that. It's a really bad idea. It might work for other genres, but for psytrance, the phase relationship between kick and bass is so important that removing that little bit of noise that may be present there is not worth the absolute clusterfuck that happens to your transients when you do that. I'll show you afterwards. Honestly, the bassline could also be a little bit closer, a little bit the filter modulation a little bit lower, and that it doesn't have so much mid-range because it's more force track. It's quite an open bassline. Overall though, it sounds very nice. It's getting a little bit boring because I feel like you're using either the same synth or very similar synths throughout the whole track. Interesting texture, yeah. I agree. Hey, can I drop to review? I'm struggling with arrangement and mixing. You can definitely do that. The way that you do that is !feedback. You get into my Discord server and then you submit right here in the feedback on stream right over here. I don't know. I see that one person submitted twice. I might need to skip people that send more than one track, or at least one of their tracks because of the amount of people that are submitting, but maybe we don't. We'll have to see how quickly we get through it. There are a few tracks that are shorter, so I think it will be okay. Like we have 2 tracks that are under 3 minutes here, so that should be okay. This one is a little bit longer, but that's okay. Anyway, I'll quickly show you why you don't. I said I wouldn't do this, but I'll show you anyway. I have my bass patch over here. Yes, nice. So I'll drop in my bass patch here. Let me quickly lower velocity on that one. Duplicate this over here. And then I'll get myself a kick as well. If you're interested in any of this stuff that you see over here, it's all on my Gumroad. Not this one. The psychedelic drum pack is the one that I want. And we are in 145 now. So we'll get ourselves a 145 kick. This is F sharp. Might not be the best kick for the vibe here, but let's see. It's good enough. My kicks tend to be a little bit too much in the high frequencies, but that's, for now, that's okay. Okay, we'll get our trusty size scope so that we can see what's going on. And the bassline obviously needs some processing. Something like this. What you'll see is that the kick plays here, it stops playing, the bass plays here, it stops playing, and the bass plays here and it stops playing. If you go in and you do what ABP production says and you high pass at 20 Hz your master, let's see what happens. I'm just going to, actually I'm going to do it at 20 Hz. I was saying 10 Hz, but I'll quickly set this to 20 Hz. Look at the waveform when I turn this on. Do you see how it's all messed up now? That's what's happened when you cut out 20 Hz without knowing what you're doing. It messes up all of these transients. This kick drum is now bleeding into the transients. It's no longer going to silence. You can see over here, it's no longer going to silence. In fact, if I just play the bass line, you can see how big of a part of the bass line is now bleeding into the kick drum part, the part where the kick drum is playing, whereas normally it is completely silent. So just turning on a high pass and not thinking about it will completely destroy your transients. As you can see over here, this is going to go harder into your mastering limiter. You can even see that this is now clipping, whereas before it isn't. So you can see the red sign over here means that it's louder than 0 dB, whereas over here there is no such thing. So we had a nice stable kick and bass before, and then you decided to remove this little noise that you saw here, and all that resulted in was all of your transients now clipping. Okay, demo over. I hope that explanation was helpful. Again, I have a video on all of this stuff. I believe I still have it on, no. Does linear phase fix that? I guess it does, but linear phase has its own problems. The pre-ringing is also an issue. It also affects transients, but in a different way. It's a little bit harder to show in a good demo, like this demo.
Like high pass filter here.
This demo that I'm showing here is very easy. This video talks about everything in that regard. The other problem with linear phase is that it doesn't really address the core issue in that you're just throwing it on there without it being needed. With the kick and bass in particular, it's not like that lower stuff that you see is actually represented in the waveform, right? So for example, if we look here, if we look at just the kick, it might look like there's a little bit of stuff happening over there, but you can see that in the waveform it's not really there. It's not really happening. There's no low frequency oscillation in here. It's just nice and clean waveform This sine wave that we see over here is the main sub that you see there, and it's just oscillating around silence. It's just going around the silence line over here. It's not moving in and of itself up and down, which is the telltale sign that there's an even lower frequency in here. So there isn't actually anything there. Which means that you're trying to address a problem that isn't there. You're trying to solve an issue that isn't really needed. On other synths and stuff like that, when it comes to high passing, of course, you're going to need to high pass it to make space for the kick and bass. But just throwing on a high pass and calling it a day is not productive. It messes up everything. And that is the reason why even some people that do resample their kick and bass still have issues with phasing and stuff like that. You should explain to us how you arrange our tracks like asterisks for real, like philosophy. Well, give me 2 seconds. You might be interested in this video over here that explains everything about arrangement. Got to head out. Was a pleasure. See you all next stream. Thank you for stopping by. I hope that you enjoyed the feedback and that you enjoyed the stream. Nice. Okay. Anyway, let's continue with some more music. We still have a lot. I was saying that I didn't want to speak so much between tracks, but I can't help myself, sorry. Please don't ask me any more questions. Just kidding. So we should never cut below 20 Hz on the master like that? No. No, there's no reason to do that. You can cut individual elements, as I said, like if you have a synth sound that has some rubble down below there, then it's okay to cut that rubble. And then, in fact, you probably want to cut much higher, up until maybe 100, 150 Hz. But on the kick and bass and the master, you should never cut those lowest frequencies. Where did I send the video? The link should be in the chat. Do my links also not show up in the chat? I believe they do, right? Let me see. I can see myself on my phone. Or the chat just completely doesn't load, I guess. Yeah, the link is in the chat. The second link of the two that I just sent. This one is the arrangement. This is the ultimate guide to bass. Or kick and bass. Love the input like that, though. That's where we learn. Yeah, I don't know. It's just that I'm scared that I may not get to all of the tracks. What I might do... there's 1 minute or so of YouTube live delay. Yes. It takes a little bit for the signal to get there. I'm also on the lowest latency. All of that is hopefully fixed with my next apartment. I think I'll close the queue for now. Next week is the 31st. See you on the 7th. So the queue is closed for today. I'm no longer accepting any more tracks for feedback. We're just going to relaxedly listen to all of the other tracks that I have to get through, because there's like 10 more or so, and otherwise the feedback stream is going to go on for too long. In fact, I do actually want to take another break. I'll put on some of my newer music, some of the unreleased stuff, because you guys always love that. This one over here. This is one of the few things that I can show because it has been in the live set. This one over here. And I'll play this. Once we get to the end of it, I'll stream and finish off all of the other tracks that are still left for me to watch, to listen to. And then that's going to be it for today. I'll be back in a little bit. And I hope that you enjoy this music as well. This is a crowd favorite, actually.
adventure of dreams, you would fulfill all your wishes. Every kind of pleasure you could conceive. Then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. So in this idea then, everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality.
Nice sound. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm eating too much candy today. I had half a bag of Haribo. It's not good for me, but sometimes you just need a little bit of sugar. Today is one of those days. Anyway, let's continue. I believe we're here at Tom Zul's track, La Primavera. Let's have a listen. Nice little flute over there. Definitely a spring feeling. At least I thought I heard a flute sample or something like that. It might be an atmosphere. Same kind of resonant characteristic.
Senti. Allora dammi la tua mano. Ti farei scoprire il più bello. Tempo della primavera.
Nice vocal.
La primavera di
I like it. Sounds nice, looks clean, very good. Can it be the case that we've already heard this track but without the vocal part? Also, this thing is messing up. Let me fix that. I think the track is high energy enough that at least the snare here would be nice. Yeah, even in that last part the snare could already be present. I think the melody is getting a little bit overpowered by the other synths. So that melody would probably be one of the elements that I would personally think of as a main element. I'm eating up some Primavera pasta right now too. Nice! I had some pasta there as well. I like that sound, that repeating beat sound is really nice. I feel like there's one sound that is a little bit out of sync here. The track instantly listened to your advice, yes. Sounding very, very good. This part is really cool because it's a little bit less busy. Some other parts of the track I thought that they were a little bit too busy. Like the part where I said that the melody was not really coming through. even here, it's sounding very nice and clear, and everything is very distinct in terms of the mix. So that's good. Hello Aaron, good evening as well. Thank you for purchasing the masterclass. I hope that you enjoy it. The Patreon link should be in the description of the stream. If not, you'll find it in the description of my videos and shorts. It's not in my stream description. That's actually a thing. I should probably change that. But I'll just quickly grab the link for you from one of my videos and then I can just drop that in the chat. But here is the link. For those that don't know what he's talking about in terms of feedback, not only do you get priority in the feedback streams that we're doing now, but also once a month I'll give detailed feedback on any track that you send me, in the top tier that is. You also get discount codes for my products and a whole bunch of other things, early access to videos, and your name gets put in the description as well, as a little thank you. I have to update my descriptions again. That's a good reminder. Definitely a lot clearer here again as well. So it's mainly the first drop that I would say that I have an issue with. In terms of the clarity of all of the elements. It felt maybe a little bit too busy on that part. Or the main element that you wanted to come through is sitting behind the support elements in that part. My voice is hard to hear at the moment when the tracks are playing. I can increase the sidechain a bit. How about now? Is it better now? Does it get better? I can up my mic slightly in volume. I'll add like 2 dB of gain, so maybe now it's better. At least the louder tracks, yeah. If the track is mastered, then it may be the case, yeah. Maybe also because when I'm producing or when I'm doing my own stuff, usually I never get to like 0 dB on my tracks on my stream, so you never really notice. It should be a bit better. Nice, nice, nice. Perfect. Made the sidechaining on the tracks a little bit more aggressive and turned up my mic by 2 dB. Very nice track. I like it. Apart from a few details that I think I pointed out. Sounds very, very good. Next up, Ionic. This is Runt in the Pit. Okay. Interesting. Interesting title. Very distorted sound here. I think this is going to be techno. I don't have an idea for now what to do with the first drop. What I would do is I would try to take the support elements down and make that melody stand out a little bit more out in the mix. Maybe even delete some of the support elements that you don't really need. But I think if you know what to listen for, now that I may have pointed that out to you, listening to it back a few times should probably get you an idea of what to do with it. I like it. Nice and heavy. The only thing is that you would need to resample your bass part because it's flowing into the kick.
To make a Walmart bag tacky. A smorgasbord of porcelain in the casket. Decay and death rot's a part of the past. It's pervert the body, avoid being emphatic. In the trial of life, you have to take on the past.
There's a small chance that I'm going to get claimed for this track. I mean, at this point it's already playing, so there's very little that I can do. I don't know, maybe it's a splice amp or something like that. But if it is a remix, I'll directly forward the content claim or the copyright claim to you, my guy. This is already a lot clearer. I like the fact that you're not starting immediately with all of the hats and stuff like that. That way we can get an idea of what the track is, or the stuff is sounding like before the really sharp high frequencies come in. Not that those sharp high frequencies aren't what you want, because that is what you want for techno. But in the other drop it felt a little bit hard to understand the vocals, because I feel like if they're always playing with the hats, you don't have that idea of what they're saying yet. You want it so original, I worked with a buddy on it. Okay, perfect. Nice.
Acid doing backflips in the prefrontal portion of my synapse in a bass actress, academic acreage in a crossbred communist and a fascist, crisscross morals as dark as you imagine. I'm only confident how unpredictable the path is. In a twilight, they tightrope our taxes. Now the partridge and the pear trees up the sagging. Forced to fight so I can live. I'm just a run in the pit. Forced to fight so I can live. I'm just a run in the pit. Forced to fight so I can live. I'm just a run in the pit. Forced to fight so I can live. I'm just a run in the pit. Forced to fight so I can live. I'm just a run in the pit. Forced to fight so I can live. I'm just a run in the pit. Forced to fight so I can live. I'm just a run in the pit. Forced to fight so I can live. Acrobatic acid doing backflips. Acrobatic acid doing backflips. Acrobatic acid doing backflips. Acid doing backflips.
With the double kicks that you're doing here, I'll try to see if I can capture one. I think this is looking okay here. This is, I believe, the like little triplet thing that you're doing, or the polymeter, I guess that's what it's called. It seems like it's going down here, but in general you need to resample. But even here, the resampling needs to be done in a way that this transient doesn't get cut off by this bass note over here, which currently still is happening a little bit. Now, VIP supporter, thank you what you do. Thank you very much. When you say it needs resampling, what do you mean by it? I explained this earlier in the stream. I'm not going to go over it again, so I'll just send you the video. This is talking about psytrance bass lines, but it's applicable also to techno bass lines, kicks, whatever. Anything that has a lot of low frequencies need this kind of treatment where you're making sure that there's no overlap between different elements. Really, resampling, if I had to explain it in a few words, is you record the audio from whatever you're using to make the kick, and then you make sure that it doesn't get any more phase shift, extending the frequencies that cause the issues, which is the lower frequencies. Okay, very cool track. It's nice and loud as well. It's what techno needs to be. As I said, there's a few details to worry about. Mainly that first drop, the vocal was a little bit hard to understand. I did really like the second drop by the way that you build it up as well. But yeah, next up, Phased here, Solstice, very cool cover art. I like it. Let's have a listen. Taking a little while to load here for some reason. I immediately get scared of the connection then when I see a little bit of buffering. Let's see, this one is taking some time. I'm I'm assuming that this is probably not going to be psytrance. Here I'm also scared a little bit for copyright stuff. To be honest, I think the 808 is a little bit on the loud side here. With the slow vibe that you're trying to go for, in my opinion, the kind of chill vibe in this music, what I would do is I would make sure that you have some extra dynamics. Also, you are nicely aligning it over here to the 808. Let's see how the kicks react when they get into it. What I would do over here is I again would resample, make sure that the 808 is in audio, and then fade out the 808 over here so that the kick really has silence right before it for like a millisecond or two, and then the transient hits, as opposed to it kind of bleeding into the kick drum, which means that you're losing a lot of the punch from it. Overall though, the vocal can stand out a little bit more. I know it's like really reverbed and really delayed, and that's the vibe that you're going for. But even still, it could be a bit more upfront in the mix with all of the reverb and stuff that you have going on. It could be a bit drier as well. What it is, but with whatever key that you're using for your 808, it seems that there's like a standing sine wave here with the way that the speed at which it moves. It doesn't seem to move back and forth. It's a really cool effect. Relaxing. Yes, me too. Really cool, really relaxing vibe going on. I like it. I am a little scared for copyright stuff, but we'll have to see. Maybe the vocal that you're using as an original, I don't know if it's like splice again, or maybe you recorded it yourself as well, or like had a friend do it or something like that. But if there is any copyright issues, I will let you know, of course. I do sometimes get claimed. That's the reason why I have this little text over here, that you give me permission to use all of your stuff on YouTube, so you cannot claim me for your own original work. That is what this means over here. And then the second part is that you don't use any work that you don't fully own the copyright to for submissions. I don't know if you read that, but if that does become a problem, I'll let you know about it. I'll know how to find you. I'll message this thing over here, and yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's all splice and arcade, no copyright. Perfect. Okay. Then the next one is Duck over here. I made this in like 1.5 hours. It's only 9 tracks. I synthesized all the sounds using Vital. It's not very traditional psytrance. It's a bit off genre. Sounds very cool. I like experimental stuff. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the kick. What I'm hearing now. I'll need to hear it with the bass line. Is there a bass line? The kick has a bit of a wonky look to it already. Like it's already... Like there's already something phasing into it. You can see the transient is already messed up. But there's no bass line messing it up yet. It also seems crunchy towards the end. So you can see there's like extra crunch in here. I don't know what's happening with the kick. It's even stereo towards the end here. Some wonky stuff is happening. You can hear the transient also has like a chug, chug, chug. I think that is partly because of the way that it's like destroyed in the beginning here. I'm going to make a wild guess here, and I'm going to say that this kick is sampled from another track. Or at least maybe like partially, because I don't know how else you would get this kind of waveform to it without having that. Because this looks to me like a kick drum. In looking at the waveform, it looks like a kick drum where there's already like a low sine wave kind of moving into it and kind of destroying the transient already. I am going to say, yeah, you're right in that it's not very traditional psytrance. To be honest, I don't even really think that it's actually psytrance. This is more like almost like house, I would say. I feel like there's some elements missing. I miss like a main bass line. I heard that there was like maybe like a mid-range bass happening. There was like a mid-range bass happening somewhere in the middle, but the main bass line is definitely missing. Some top drums would be nice as well. Overall, I would say it really sounds like you're still beginning out with music production, that you're just starting out, and you're still trying to find your ways, I should say. And in that case, the main feedback that I'm going to give you is just keep it going. I'm too late again? Yes, we did already listen to your track. It's the very beginning of the stream. If you go all the way to the beginning of the stream because you were the first, you're able to see when I start playing the first track, it's going to be your track, Miroslav. Sorry. I have some more messages in here. No. We already listened to Secret Passage. We already listened to your track. So I'm going to delete your version. There's also other people submitting already. Which is strange because the queue is already closed. So I'm not receiving any more tracks here. This will have to wait up until the 7th of April for me to listen to it. Because I'm going to listen up until here today. Otherwise the stream just gets too long. I don't know if the guys are in the stream or not, but if they are, then you know. Next up, we have Nightlife. Nightlife with untitled.mp3. I might be going through them a little bit quickly, but I'm just trying to finish fast. The bassline is a little bit loud in regards to the kick. Could go down by like 2-3 dB. It could also close a little bit faster, the envelope on it. Finally, a little bit of stereo width in your track would be nice. Overall, on the bassline, I like a little bit of stereo width. But I also saw that there were some effects and stuff like that that also don't have any stereo width. Yeah, you can hear that the bassline is overpowering the kick drum. It's also not resampled here. In this case, it's not that bad that it would cause any issues, but it's like slightly. You could fix this up a little bit better if you wanted to. If you don't, it's not a problem. If you do, then it's like an extra attention to detail. started fairly recently. Yeah, I can definitely tell by just the sound selection, I guess. If you're calling this psytrance, it's not really, as you say, traditional psytrance, but it's overall, I would just argue that it's not psytrance. You're going more of like a house vibe, right? The bassline, the traditional bassline is missing. The traditional elements are kind of missing. You're using elements that we normally don't use in psytrance. Maybe a little bit too melodic as well, what you were going for. But it doesn't have to be psytrance. You can just make the music that you want to make. And you're still at the point where you're trying to find the vibe that you're going for, I guess. I like this sequence. It's playing now, that little triplet thing. That's really cool. It would be nice if it came out a little bit more. Overall, I do think that this track could use some better top loops as well. The one that you have right now is a little bit strange with the rhythm that you have. The main thing that I would add to this is maybe an offbeat hat or something like that. Like, you can go for this groove, but adding an offbeat hat, like an open 909 hat, something like that, opposite to the kick, so that we have that nice back and forth groove. Also, the snare would be nice. Back and forth a lot between sequences that we've already heard. Personally, I'm not really a fan of that. The other thing that I'm not hearing is any fills. There was like a small kick fill happening, but it feels like you're just going on with the kick and bass all the time. Whereas usually after every 16 or after every 15 bars of kick and bass, you want 1 bar of fill. So you have 16 bars in total with that. You can of course play with that, and that is the fun thing that you get to do when you really know how to make a structure. But as a beginner, for at least a few tracks, what I would try to do is stick with, okay, every drop segment is 15 bars, I add 1 bar of fill, and then for every drop segment, I use a different main element that hasn't played before. From some parts that can be some one-shots, but for most of the parts that are going to be sequences. And then you just put some support sequences under it. Because right now this track is starting to get a little bit boring. I know it's a little bit maybe hard to hear, but that is kind of what is happening because we've heard these sounds a couple of times now, right, in a couple of different sections. So I guess I should say the track, it feels like it's not really progressing that much. Overall though, I do have to say I really like the vibe. That main plug, this kind of stuff that you're doing here is really cool. I'd love to hear if you would do more of that. Even these like effects and these swipes and all of that kind of stuff, that can be really cool. The occasional like hats that you're using here, all of that can be really cool. That main swipe that we just heard should have a lot more stereo with though. It's completely mono. You hear some interference there with some lower frequencies, probably something to take care of. There's an element that is clashing with the lowest frequencies of the kick and bass. And since you already have some really nice kick and bass sound, if I may say so myself, it's kind of a shame that you're destroying that low frequency. You can see it in the analyzer there, right? This also has definitely some more beginner vibes than some of the other tracks that we've heard today. That being said, this is again a very nice start to something that you can build out into a final track. Like, you can definitely rearrange this a little bit and try to bring a little bit more structure into it, to try to implement some of the things that I've said, and then build upon that by adding some extra elements to actually make it interesting. Or, I mean, not that it's not interesting at all, but to actually add the progression that I was talking about. I shouldn't say to make it interesting because it was already an interesting track. The sound design is cool, I should say it like that. also a breakdown would be nice in this track. Because currently we're going for 7.5 minutes, and it's been 7.5 minutes of kick and bass. Totally nailed the bass. I guess the bassline is decent. As I said in the very beginning, what I would do is, but this is like a slight detail, so in a certain sense I do agree with you. The filter cutoff could be a little bit closer. Also for the outro, if you're doing like one final sound, make sure that the delay has time to fade out, because now it just cuts off in the final track if you export your final master. What I mean by the filter modulation is I have this knob over here which changes the shape of this thing over here. You don't have to know this. You don't have to know this patch to follow this thing. But essentially what I'm hearing is something like this, where the bassline is too open. Here's the example. So here we have the kick and bass that we heard before. I heard this, whereas I personally like this, where it's a little bit more tack 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 tack. You get a little bit more click out of it, a little bit more punch, a little bit more power out of it, as opposed to this. This is a little bit more growly, right? Whereas this is a nice like tick tick tick. So that is, personally, I like to go for something like this as opposed to a very, because it gets that kind of feeling too, at least in my opinion. That's the only thing I would do. Today's sidetrance is mostly kick and bass. That's not true. Totally agree. Prefer a 24 dB lower bass. Yeah. I don't even think it's the filter steepness per se. It's more the way that you're modulating it, right? There's this the speed at which the filter, I guess in this case, closes like that, where how fast it goes to the lower frequencies. The steepness also has an influence on that, but even with an 18 or 12 dB, you still can get a bassline that still closes very quickly and still has a nice click to it. It's just going to, I guess I can let you hear the difference. You just need to adapt the modulation a bit. But this is an 18, as you can see. If I go 12 and then bring it down, you get a little bit more mid-range from it than you would getting something like this. But it still has that closing click to it. What I'm hearing in his bass is just this thing being too open. Right? Hey, thanks for the feedback. I am a beginner. I hope that the feedback helps. I hope that you can do something with that. Okay. Next up, Philippe Hef 111 with Nova Beats Mastered. Sorry, I'll pull up the analyzers here. This one is going all wonky again. Bit of a strange idea to combine offbeat and triplet in the same drop. It's not like it doesn't work. But now you can hear the drums are not going to work with the offbeat, because as you can see, the hats play here and the offbeat plays over here. With your triplet bassline it does work. this does work, you do need to resample your kick and bass. And again, see transients being destroyed over here. I'm not again going to explain what resampling means. I've explained it like 3 times in the stream now. Sound-wise, the kick and bass does sound very nice. I like the processing on the bass line. Definitely has a little bit of a progressive vibe to it. Risers are a little bit too loud. This impact sound has some bass in it, which is clashing with the kick. You probably want to remove that. Definitely still has some beginner feeling to it, some beginner feels to the way that it's produced, like mix wise and just sound selection and how everything is combining and how everything is transitioning. But the basic technicalities, the kick and bass is solid. Once you resample it, this kick and bass is like pro level, I would say, in terms of the processing, in terms of the sound of it. Maybe the kick could use a little bit more no, even the kick is okay. Yeah, I thought maybe the kick could use a little bit more punch, but even that is fine. So what I would suggest is, I know a lot of psytrance producers struggle with this, in that they obsess over kick and bass. In fact, I have a student who I've been on and off with for, I guess, 2 years now almost. Yeah, in July, I think it will be 2 years. With him, I always tell him, like every time that we have a discussion about his music, he always comes to me like, oh, I did this cool thing with the kick and bass, I made this cool kick and bass, and then the rest of the track isn't really there, right? He just spends all of his attention on the kick and bass, and he even sends his track to other big producers and stuff like that, and they give him the same feedback, and still continuously he is just hyper focused on this kick and bass. Like I think I show it in a video that I've coming up about 10 beginner mistakes as well. The kick and bass is 2 elements. Two tracks. My projects average between 150 and 250 tracks per project, 250 different sounds. The kick and bass is just 2 of them. Spending all your time on just 2 elements of the track and disregarding the rest of the track is never really going to give you a cohesive sounding track, because every element is important. Yes, the kick and bass is relatively important within a psytrance track, but it's not everything. It's like, I don't know, like 10%. Which, if you think about what 2 tracks on 250 tracks is, means that priority-wise they are higher, right? They have more importance than any other element, but they're still like just 10% of your track in terms of the importance. Maybe even less in terms of the amount of time that you actually need to spend on it if you're doing things properly. Tom Zul, bye. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the stream. But the kick and bass is... Yes, it's important, but it's not everything. In fact, I would say you can get away with having a okay kick and bass if the rest of the track is good, but you cannot get away with an amazing kick and bass if the rest of the track sounds like shit. Nobody will listen to it, because the track needs to sound good. It's not just the kick and bass that is sounding good. The story is more important for me, at least. Yes, exactly. Speaking about wild behavior, here he is. Another one from 2005. Have you not made any new music since then? he is just contemplating ever since. I like to think that he's just in his studio every day, like... I still have some music from 2005. I don't have to do anything today. I'm sorry. That's not fair. I'll just play the track and shut up. Let me have a listen. Sorry, I'm a little bit in a trolley mood today. Who knows why? I'm old though. Reverb on the kick. Very interesting choice. I do think I like it though, because it's just on the high frequency, so it's definitely done deliberately. And even here, it's not there anymore. Like from a technical standpoint, it's sounding really cool. You can hear that it's old school, but it's tight sounding. The mix is strong. Vocal is a little bit struggling to get through that whoosh sound. Yeah, here when you're doing weird kick stuffs, that's where you're going to get some issues. These things as well, where the shape is majorly defined by other sounds as opposed to just the kick and bass. I guess back in the day they just didn't compress as much in general. So you'll find that this is maybe the case more with old school tracks. It's a little bit hard to judge this with today's context, right? Like, I know that today we are maybe over compressing a little bit if you're really going for the old school vibe, and like Eclipse discusses and like even Dash Glitch is now discussing the old school attention to just groove and stuff like that, which this track does really well. That is coming back, and that means that maybe we're moving away a little bit from the overproduced feeling. But overall, you can see that this is like, I would say, if you compare this to a modern mix, it's definitely less technically advanced, I would say. There's some things in here that normally today we would just catch, right? The synths overpowering the kick in certain spots and then changing the waveform. That kind of stuff, we would just get that out of there with some compression, or even Sooth would do the job in that regard. I love old school, to be honest. Don't like the music of today. The sound is amazing, but the story is not there for me. Yeah, everybody has their taste. I do like to still make, I guess, slightly overproduced music. I'd like to be able to combine 200 sounds together in a way that every sound has satisfyingly sits in the space, which I feel is sometimes lacking with this. But this makes up for it in just being groovier, being a bit more dynamic, making more use of the elements that it has, making more use of the technology of the time that it has. Because back in the day, making a track like this would be more of a struggle than it is now. I also love it, and I listen to it to some nowadays too. I also do. It's not that I don't like the old school. I just like, from a production standpoint, I like to dive deep into the technicalities of audio and that kind of stuff, which doesn't really happen in here, because that's not really the old school vibe. It's the focus on the groove, the focus on the on the technology of the days, I guess, on the what was available at the time. It's a big difference when you hear some music on bigger sound systems. I do think that this will eventually come back, because I do think that this transitions slightly better to a bigger sound system if you compensate for loudness, right? If we play this track at the same peak volume as one of my tracks is going to sound better, because it's louder, and louder equals better. That's just how the brain works. But if you compensate for that loudness, I think that this track will sound better. Because it's more dynamic, it's more groovy, it's more... I guess dancing is a good way to say it. You can see it in the waveform. The waveform is going up and down. I didn't like the track Supernatural from Talamasca, but when I heard that bass line on the party, I changed my mind. Yeah. Also going to depend on the sound system. Sound systems tend to add their own character on top of an existing track. I can't tell if the analyzer is messing up again, like I need to reset it. Because sometimes there's just a spike going like chunk off in this direction. Like I've noticed it twice now. Maybe it's like a file error or something like that. Next time I'll send something from nowadays, promise. Nice. I mean, I also like this stuff. I like the look back into the old school stuff. Because I only really interacted with Psytrance since 2018. The new school vibe is most of what I know. So getting some of this back. Like I listen to some old school stuff, but I don't really know the stories behind them. You know what I mean? Because when you look on the digital forums and when you see people reminisce about the old music, there's a few certain songs that they always bring up, and there's a few certain productions and artists that are put on a really high praise and stuff like that. I wasn't really there around to hear when it first came out. So now all of the old stuff kind of sounds like old stuff to me. But I'm sure that back in the days, it was stepwise, right? Like, there would be like, oh, this is cool, this is a level of that we're at now, and then suddenly some guy would drop an album that was like out of this world. It was maybe technically better or just better written, anything else, and then it stepped up like that. What I'm seeing now is that I kind of stepped in here, and all of the stuff is down below here, and everybody's still nostalgic for this because they climbed the ladder together with the music, which is something that I don't have. Maybe you judge them in a technical way. That's just part of the reason. Why? Yeah. I've always been a technical person. Even outside of music, I have a degree in engineering for a reason. I like technical things. Back when I was a child, I used to play with Legos all the time. I was always interested in reasoning, finding out information, finding out about stuff. I am very, very interested in discussions, political discussions or otherwise. All of that stuff, the learning and the technicalities and diving deep into things is something that I really enjoy. So, of course, that has an influence on the way that I listen and judge music. Yes. Very much so, yeah. Let's see. Do I need to react here? Yes, that's for later. I will now always look away. Ever since I showed the thing, I'll always look away or move it to a different monitor. Next up, we have 308810. Hello in the round. I think it's much better sounds for ears. Greeting from Germany. Link or data, however you want. Have fun. This is perfect. I can just play it in here. This is Lunar Sun Clips Mastering 5. I don't know which part is the artist name and which part is the track name. I'm assuming the artist name is Lunar Sun. Although that's a little bit of a contradiction, I guess. And then the track name is Clips, maybe? My father plays sidetrance for me since I was 6 years old. Grew up with the best sidetrance artists you listen today. I guess story it's different for me. Exactly, yes. Yes, you were one of those people that climbed the ladder together with the music as it was coming out. Hearing all of the innovations at the time that they were happening. To me, all of the innovations between the 1970s and 2015 is all one blob of old school music for me. Not really 2015, like 2010-ish, I would say. Sounding nice so far? Like this is, as you can hear, this is the newer type, right? Stronger. Kick and bass does need to be resampled though. But you can just see dynamically it's squashed, which is the sound of today. Sound design is it's sounding deeper. We're using a lot more of the spectrum. We're using a lot more stable bass, I guess, as well. Did you delete the comment on the short? I didn't, no. Maybe he did. He finally took his bipolar medicine and found out what he has been saying while he was in his altered state, I guess. I like it. I like this playful, real-world instrument sampling kind of thing that you have going on turns into a loop here. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the tape stop thing happening over here though. I would personally wait with that until you have a fill. So after 16 bars, have a fill and then do it. So that you're not dancing to it and then suddenly go out of the rhythm. For the vocals, in this case what I would do is play with some panning, play with some stereo width, maybe in general just make them wider. But also you can play around with the stereo width since you're already glitching them up. Did he? Nice. Hopefully he did come to his senses. I might see if I can find an email address or something like that. Try to find out if he has some parents that might be interested in his trolling actions. I can probably still find his comments. Like it's deleted for him, but maybe not for me on the back end. This synth over here can use a little bit more power, a little bit more saturation, some OTT. Because those MFM kind of synths, you really want them to be gritty and stand out. This synth is kind of the same. It could be a little bit more gritty, a little bit more powerful. And a little bit wider. The other one was a little bit wider, so it would be nice for this one to have the same thing. I like this melodic part. Overall, it sounds really, really good. I like the theming in here as well with the howling and stuff like that. I wish there was maybe a little bit more. I guess there were some vocals in the drop, but maybe this howl, having that throughout the track as well, could unify this part, like the breakdown, with the drop. But overall, this sounds very, very nice. little bit of cleaning needed here. You can see this transient is suffering a lot. This is losing a lot of power, a lot of punch. I like that the vocal is lined up properly. It is slightly misaligned here. But for the rest it was sounding very in sync with the music. What a drop. Yeah, it sounds really good. Some detail work. Honestly, I wouldn't go to a breakdown again here. I would maybe go into a build-up immediately. I believe this might be also used in an Aztecs track, this vocal sample here. I can probably find the sample if I search for long enough, but I won't do that. Oh. Ah. It is pausing because it won't download the rest of it. Sorry. I'll just skip it back, give it a little bit of time to download, and then hopefully it will resume. Sometimes sudden drops are good without build-ups. Yeah, but he already had a breakdown right before that drop that is very similar, right? So what I would do is, from the progressive drop, the second drop with the progressive, like, groovy bassline, I guess, not the rolling bassline, I would just do like 8 or 16 bars of build-up, of transition, whatever. Keep the energy a little bit higher, not go to an always completely low breakdown, so that there's a difference between the first time that the kick and bass stops playing and the second time that the kick and bass stops playing. Because right now you're doing, I guess, almost the same idea twice. There is, it does lead to a build-up in this case, but it's the same kind of down after the drop, right? So it goes down, and then there's the howling thing, and then it goes into the next bit of the track. Those two breaks, the way that he goes into the breaks, are very similar. And what I would suggest is you shorten that time in the second part where you go into the break, and then you just keep the energy a little bit higher. Let's hope that it loads now. Otherwise I might have to open the... It just refuses to load. What if I play it from beyond there? No, it doesn't do that. I'll play it on YouTube. Do you hear? This is the same kind of way that it went into the breakdown first time. And now it's different. Yes, that's true, but we've again completely lowered the energy. What I would suggest is keeping the energy a little bit higher, keeping the kick and bass maybe low passed in there, and then building up into the actual drop. Time for the couch. Have fun, y'all. See you, Davey. Hope you enjoyed the stream. It's a little bit quieter because it's playing in YouTube now. It compensates for that. It's not aligned. This thing is, as you can see, not aligned here. That's an issue. You want to probably align these little glitch things to the beat, so that it adds to the hypnotic feeling of your track and it doesn't oppose the hypnotic feeling of the track. That being said, there's a lot that really breaks the hypnosis of this track, in that there's a lot of stops. There were a lot of parts where the kick and bass was playing and then suddenly there was a tape stop. So when you're dancing to the rhythm, suddenly the kick and bass goes out of the rhythm with what you're dancing to. If you're, I guess, for lack of a better term, tripping balls on the dance floor, it's really confusing when the track suddenly doesn't that you don't align anymore with the track and you have to search for a moment like, oh, where am I with my dance? So personally, either when you have a tape stop like that, play it do it right after a fill, so that there's the kick and then it immediately tape stops and immediately people hear like, oh, there's something happening. But don't do it for like 8 bars and then the tape stop happens, because that just gets you out of your rhythm, in my opinion at least. Overall though, very, very cool track. Some small details that, as I said, I would change. There's a few production things that I would also change, and some mixing things, cleaning kick and bass and stuff like that. Yeah, next track. Let's have a listen to the next one here. How many more do we have? 3 more. And I've been live for 4 hours, then it's okay. Yes, work in progress track, still in production stage. Adim 333, also known as Golfa, with 3. Very cool cover art. I like this. That looks very cool. Also getting some old school vibe from this one. Thanks, you're welcome. WR Experts, nice. This is you. I hope that I didn't mispronounce your name. I may have done that. Definitely old school vibes going on here, yes. Old school vibes and still a clean kick and bass. Very good. One of the first this stream. I have to say it's probably because you just shorten the baseline, which is an option. I mean, if it leads to this good result, then it's a good result. But it's nice to see that somebody's taking care of their basslines and their transients. Clean your baseline, your transients will love you for it. There's a soundbite. If you ever need a soundbite why you want to clean your baseline, that's why. Up until this point, there's not really much to say. I like what you're doing here. I like it a lot. I think the only thing that I should probably address is in the intro you had your bassline coming in without the kick before the drop. Aesthetically, I'm not really a fan of doing that. Why were those kicks louder? That's a strange decision. These kicks should probably also be quieter, but the main thing that I want to say is that bassline, I wouldn't do it, first of all, but if you do it, also make that quieter, so that when the kick and bass actually drops, right, you can imagine the bassline is playing, and then the drop comes, and the drop just does this in volume. If you have it at the same level, it doesn't really have an impact. If it's louder, people are going to say, oh, wait, it's louder, it's bigger now, it's time to dance, this is the drop, let's go. And the same is kind of true with the kicks and the kick fill. If the kick is always doing this, and then the kick fill hits and it goes like that, it's a little bit confusing because it's adding energy. Whereas if you have the kick and bass going at the energy part where people need to have the energy, where they need to dance, and the kick kind of slows down a little bit, people know like, okay, this is a little bit of a rest point, I can re-catch my rhythm, I can, if I'm out of sync with the beat, I can catch up again, and then you hear the kicks kind of building up again, and then when the kicks build up again, it just goes back to the highest volume of the kick and bass, right? You just have the last kick at the lower volume, and you just up it, and then the kicks go further again. The way that you would do that is if you have a kick, say that you have your kick and bass laid out like this. This is your kick and bass, right? Let me just quickly make like a drop thingy here. If you have a kick and bass like this, and you have your kick fill like this, the way that you do that, say in Ableton, you can just go -5 dB on the kick, or maybe even -7, something like that. That it really is just like lower volume, and then when it comes back, it goes back in there. After a little bit, once your track is played, I'll play this so that you can actually see what's the difference there. Good advice. Thank you. You're definitely going for a little bit of an old school vibe here. If you weren't doing that, if you're trying to make the new version of like Sidetrance, the stuff that is made nowadays, right? That doesn't have so many old school influences. I would say repeating the acid line over and over again like you're doing now, where it's playing again even though it plays in the first drop, is definitely not something that you would normally hear. But for the old school stuff, this is kind of the norm, in that they were very limited again with the technology that they had at the time. So they just made an acid line and then played it throughout the whole thing. Whereas nowadays you make an acid line, it's 16 bars it plays, and then maybe it fades out with a delay tail and that's it. It never comes back in the track. And then you'll have another sound taking over, and then you'll have another sound taking over. I'm aimed for Goa and old school. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm getting from this, so that's how I'm treating this, yes. I could sit here and maybe micro-analyze the lack of fills and the real lack of structure in the sequences, but that's not the style that you're going for, so that would be unfair to do. Although some extra fills wouldn't hurt this track. Just like a 1 bar pass every once in a while. I like that little bass fill there. My headphones are starting to annoy me. You may see that there's no more cushioning on here. I have it in my Amazon wish list, which I need to order, but because I'm going away for Easter, I'm scared to already order the stuff because it like the time it takes for stuff to arrive here is completely variable here in Italy. So I would need to be at home for like a month to accept packages whenever I buy something off Amazon, because I buy stuff in bulk. Right now I don't have any cushioning, so it's starting to annoy my head. Really cool. I like that. Captures the old school vibe very, very well. Can stop this. We have, I think, 2 more tracks to listen to. This one over here, Random Experiment. I don't have good sound effects and I don't know how to build them into tracks. This time it's Sidetrance. Okay. Again, for a Sidetrance track, this is a very unconventional start. It's also not playing again. Why is my download speed all of a sudden? I guess I'll download it here and just play it through this. Give me a second. Definitely a very unconventional Sidetrance start that we have going on here. I can hear some synth sounds coming in that do sound a bit psychedelic here. Very melodic. I think most beginner producers that come from other genres may be surprised by the fact that we don't use like any melodies in Sidetrance, like very barely, and the melodies that we use are always in the root chord and only like 1 bar long. They are like arps. So this sounds really off to a normal Sidetrance producer because we're not really used to the melody. It's not off in the sense that it's wrong. I mean, you can make whatever art that you want to make. It's just for somebody that is familiar with what Sidetrance normally sounds like, it's a strange decision. But you can build your sound around that. It's definitely possible. In this case, what I do think though is that the kick is a little bit too quiet, the bass line is a little bit too loud. You can see that the kick should probably have more sub as well. Kick is not really going down into the sub region. Okay, so that was already it. Because I'm playing it in VLC, it's looping. Some strange decisions here, but definitely something that you can work with. To be honest, I don't think the problem is sound effects. Few risers, stuff like that is always helpful, but the risers should be support elements, and downlifters and stuff like that. In general, sound effects are supportive elements to the overall idea of the track, the main idea of that you're trying to convey with the track. Okay. There are more people submitting. I think they're... somebody deleted it. Aha. Okay. Okay. That means that this is the final track here. I'm struggling with arrangement and mixing. And the beginner still isn't how I want it to be. And the beginning... Sorry, I saw beginner. And the beginning still isn't how I want it to be. It's under construction. Okay. Master Project 23 by Ghandum. Ghandum. Goa Freak Master Project. I mean, I like it so far. A nice deep kick and bass. Kick could definitely be a little bit longer. You have space for a bit more sub over here, since you're not really playing this bass note. It's like very low in volume. You do also need to resample, but since this is still work in progress, I'm assuming that you're still going to do that. There's a lot of high frequency stuff happening over here, which is maybe a bit annoying to listen to, especially because there's nothing below it. I like this a lot more. Now I do agree with you. Yeah, the first part of it. Here this riser is really loud. Just like I said before, risers are supportive elements. They are behind the idea to just guide the idea along. To tell the listener, hey, the flow is changing a little bit. Not to grab your attention. I'm not really a fan of your open hat. I would suggest using just like a standard 909. To be honest, I've been looking a lot and there's few hats that sound as good as your classical 909 hats. Well, Deck, how are you doing? Were you the person typing before? Yes. Unfortunately for today, the music queue is closed. I'm no longer accepting any other tracks because I've been streaming for 4 hours now, so at some point it's enough. You'll have to wait until the 7th of April, then the next feedback stream will happen. I like the vibe that you've going on here. There's like a breakup in the rhythm. At least there was. It's no longer there. Now it's there. In that one. There it plays again. I like that. In my opinion, you should play that every time. I do think that this track suffers from what I like to call the stacking problem, which is where you add an element and you like that element, and then you play it for 8 bars, and then or 16 bars maybe, and then you add another element on top of that, and then I guess here it's not the case. Sometimes I hear it in this track where you have one element, it plays for 16 bars, and then you have that element plus another element that plays for 16 bars, and then you have another element on top of that. So you're continuously stacking more stuff on top of the same thing. But now you actually switch it up. That being said, I do believe that I also heard this idea before. There's a lot of reuse of ideas in this track, and since you're going with a little bit more of a newer vibe, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you probably don't want to do that. Like here we're going back to that melodic thing that we heard before. Even though you're like cutting it up and stuff like that, we still hear that it's the same sound. So maybe what I would do over here is, since you already have the like sweeps and stuff like that, you leave the sweeps in and then add some like atonal sound design to it. I'll show you a quick patch later once it's played out. Instead of always going back into the same idea, into the same sounds, what I would try to do is for every 16 bars, like change the main sound to something that we haven't heard before in the track. I know that's hard, you need to do more sound design that way, but sound design is fun. And if you continue to do that, you will get very quick at sound design, by the way. If you continuously work in the idea of, oh, every 16 bars, whenever I have a fill, I need to change up the element, you'll automatically start to think, okay, these are the next 3 elements that I want. I'm already thinking a little bit about in advance, right? Because now I feel like you make a bunch of elements and then you say, okay, how can I fill a track with these elements? Whereas what you should, in my opinion, think about is, okay, here I have a track structure, how can I fill it up with all interesting stuff? How many elements do I need for interesting stuff to happen? Without repeating myself, without getting boring, without going back into ideas that the listener has already heard. It's slightly out of sync here. Is it? It's really hard to tell, but I think it's like slightly out of sync, like it's playing from here, whereas the kick is playing here. So it's coming in slightly early. Cool. Sounds good. Overall, I like the vibe. I do like the sound design. As I said, it's a little bit repetitive, and that's because, in my opinion, you're just not using enough sounds throughout the track. yeah, I think I can quickly show this in terms of like an actual project structure. I also wanted to play this. I think I forgot before, but I mentioned this where if you have a kick fill, if the kicks are the same loudness in the kick fill as opposed to the main thing, this is what it sounds like, right? Your kick fill is going to be here. The drop doesn't have a lot of impact now. The drop just kind of happens after it. Whereas I set this to -7 dB, listen to how the impact changes. Listen to how the focus is now on here. The people know where they need to start dancing because this is the kick that they need to start dancing to. Boom. It suddenly becomes very, very strong. Thanks for the advice. I will have this in consideration. You're welcome. I just want to show you one final thing and then I'll end the stream for today. As I said, for anybody who has submitted after the queue closed, so Waldeck and Rebirth, the queue is unfortunately closed, so there's no feedback stream on the 31st. So next week there won't be a stream. I'll see you all on the 7th of April, and then I'll just start playing from here, and I'll start by playing this one and then this one at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, I can show this. Yeah, I can delete this as well. So you can see in here, when it comes to my sequences, so the main stuff that you're hearing, there's a lot of different things happening, but every little thing that is happening is playing only in a very small part of the track. And this track isn't even finished. Like there's going to be more sequences probably like in here, where currently it's fairly empty. Maybe this is like purely one-shots and stuff. But you can see there's a lot of elements that play only once. So this one only plays over here. This, yeah, it plays a little bit throughout the track, but it's like here once, there's a little bit over here as well. This thing plays here, and then it doesn't play again up until here. Here, it's a main element, and then over here, it's like a supportive element. This is a main element over here, and then here there's also, again, a very little part of it making a new sequence. These things play once, and then it never plays again, right? So there's a lot of stuff that only ever is used once. Even more so in the one-shots. Like, look at, throughout the one-shots, the amount of sounds that are just used once. Once, twice, twice, once. You see? This is used 0 times. That's even worse. You shouldn't make sounds and then not use them at all. You should use them at least once. But you can see there's a lot of sounds in there that are just like one detail thing that only play one time and never again. And that is how you prevent your track from being repetitive. It means that there's a lot more work that you need to do on the track. But overall, if you get into the habit of writing like this, it becomes easier and it becomes faster to do it. You learn the tactics to quickly pump out in half an hour 15 of these one-shots. Something like this. This ID is big. Yeah, this is the one that has been from the last few videos for. this thing over here. I think you've all seen it the last few videos. Even today's video is the baseline of this track. For those that are interested in that. But yeah, so that is how you prevent tracks from being repetitive. I'm going to end it here. I'm tired. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, so that is very, very long. So that's enough. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope that you guys enjoyed the music. There was one song that I really didn't enjoy, but the rest was all very, very nice. And I hope to see you guys in the next one. There will be one more stream before I leave for Easter. I'll try to finish that mix either Monday or Tuesday. And then we will see each other again for feedback on the 7th of April. Yeah, so either until the next mixing stream or until the next feedback stream.